Albert's little leaf blanket. The sun warmed the garden, making everything feel soft and sleepy. Albert the ant wandered through the tall grass, looking for the perfect leaf to make a blanket for his bed. He found a bright green leaf shaped like a tiny heart resting on a mossy stone. It was smooth and cool, just right for snuggling. But when Albert tried to lift it, the leaf was much too heavy for his little arms. Albert sat down and sighed, feeling a bit small in the big garden. Just then, his friend Bella the beetle walked by, her shell shining like a polished red button. Albert pointed to the leaf and asked, "Could you help me carry this home?" Bella smiled a kind, slow smile and nodded her head. Together, they tucked their little legs under the leaf, lifting it up high like a green umbrella, and began the slow walk back to Albert's cozy home. They reached Albert's home under a soft-petaled daisy, where the air smelled like sweet clover and honey. The two friends laid the leaf down on Albert's bed, smoothing it out until it was perfectly flat and snug. They waved goodbye, and Albert curled up tight under his new green blanket, feeling safe and happy. The garden grew quiet. The stars began to twinkle, and Albert closed his eyes, drifting off to a gentle, quiet sleep.
Dino Friends and the Soft Sunbeam. Sunny Fern Valley was bright and green, filled with thick, bouncy moss that felt like a fuzzy rug underfoot. Tall trees stretched up to the blue sky, letting golden light filter down in warm, gentle patches. Pip, the Brachiosaurus, stood on his long legs, looking for a perfect place to rest his tired head. Tolly the Triceratops walked beside him, his little horns glowing in the soft afternoon light. They wanted a spot that was warm, quiet, and just right for a long, peaceful nap. They found a patch of clover near the sparkling stream where the water hummed a sleepy, bubbling song. The air smelled like sweet flowers and fresh rain, and the grass was very soft and green. Pip leaned down to sniff the clover, but he shook his head with a slow, gentle smile. It was a lovely spot, but perhaps a bit too breezy for a cozy afternoon nap. Tolly agreed with a nod, and they walked on together, their big feet making soft thuds on the warm earth. Next, they climbed up to the quiet hilltop where the sun shone brightest, warming the smooth, round stones. The view was beautiful, showing the whole wide valley filled with glowing, happy colors. Tolly lay down on the sun-warmed ground, but he wiggled around, trying to get comfortable. The stones were a little too hard, and the sun was a little too bright for his sleepy eyes. Pip nudged his friend kindly, and they decided to keep searching for their perfect, dreamy resting place. Finally, they curled up together under the big, wide leaves of the great fern tree. The shadows were cool and dappled, and the moss here was as soft as a fluffy cloud. Pip rested his long neck against Tolly, and Tolly tucked his head close to his friend. They realized that the best spot was not about the sun or the clover, but about being together. With a happy sigh, they closed their eyes, drifting off to sleep in the quiet, gentle warmth of their friendship.
The Cloud Knitting Class of Nimbus Peak. High above the world, where the air tastes like peppermint and starlight, sits the cozy classroom of Nimbus Peak. Here, the young cloud sprites gather each evening to learn the ancient art of weaving weather from nothing but soft sighs and stray beams of moonlight. Pipkin, a small sprite with glowing, amber-colored wings, sat at his spinning wheel, carefully winding threads of silver mist onto a spool. The room hummed with the gentle whirring of wooden wheels and the soft, rhythmic patter of clouds being shaped. Pipkin watched the other students working on their secret final projects, his heart fluttering with curiosity about what they were making to earn their graduation ribbons. Every sprite in the room was busy, their little hands moving with purposeful grace, but Pipkin felt a tiny pinch of worry in his chest. He had tried to weave a thunderstorm, but it only came out as a gentle drizzle, and his attempt at a grand, puffy cumulus cloud just looked like a lumpy pillow. The teacher, a kindly sprite with hair like spun gold, walked between the rows, offering encouraging smiles and adjusting the tension on their moonbeam spindles. Pipkin peeked at his neighbor's desk, seeing a beautiful, complex tapestry of sunset colors, and wondered if his own project was simply too plain to be magical. When the bell rang with the sound of a distant, ringing crystal, all the sprites gathered their finished projects to place them on the great oak table in the center of the room. Pipkin lagged behind, clutching his own basket, which held nothing but a tangled, shapeless pile of gray and white woolly wisps. He felt a little shy, worried that his project lacked the grand design of the others, like the rainbow bridges or the rolling fog banks his friends had created. With a deep, quiet breath, he stepped forward, ready to reveal his simple, humble work to the class, and hoping it wouldn't look too out of place. As the teacher lifted the cloth covering the great oak table, the room fell into a hush of wonder, for the secret project wasn't a contest of size or color at all. The teacher explained that the final lesson was to craft something that brought peace to the sleeping world below, not something that simply showed off a sprite's skill. Pipkin looked at his own basket and realized his simple, soft wisps were actually the perfect material for a gentle, dream-filled fog. He had unknowingly woven the most soothing cloud of all, designed to wrap the world in a quiet blanket of rest, while children slept soundly in their beds. Pipkin smiled as he placed his soft gray cloud onto the pile, feeling a warm glow spread from his wings to his toes. The sprites worked together to release their creations, sending a gentle, sleepy mist drifting down toward the earth, carrying dreams of soft meadows and calm seas. The classroom grew quiet as the work ended, the spinning wheels slowing to a restful stop as the moon rose higher in the velvet sky. It was time for the sprites themselves to rest, tucking their wings close and curling up in their cozy nooks. The world below was safe, warm, and drifting into sleep, just as the stars began their own soft, twinkling lullaby.
Barnaby's bumbling bakery of bubbles. High above the sleepy meadows, Barnaby, the blue-furred wombat, lived in a kitchen made of fluffy dandelion seeds. He was a master baker who crafted treats using magical soap bubbles instead of flour. Every morning, he dipped his whisk into a bowl of shimmering, rise bubbles that made his cakes light and airy, while his wooden spoons danced in the air, stirring to the rhythm of the morning breeze. The sun shone warmly through the windows, making his kitchen glow like a soft, golden lantern. Today, Barnaby wanted to bake a special happy heart cake for his neighbors. He reached for his jar of rise bubbles, but his fuzzy paws were a bit wobbly, and he bumped the shelf with a gentle thud. Instead, he grabbed the jar of giggle bubbles by mistake and poured them into the mixing bowl. The batter began to wiggle and jiggle, turning a bright, happy pink, and then it started to float right up toward the ceiling, popping with tiny musical chimes that sounded like laughter. Barnaby watched as his beautiful pink cakes drifted out of the window and floated down to the village below. The cakes did not make a mess, but instead they gently bopped against the noses of his friends, making everyone burst into soft, happy giggles. The village animals tickled each other as the sweet, bubbly cakes danced in the breeze, turning a silly baking mistake into a moment of pure, bouncy joy. Barnaby realized that the best ingredient in any recipe wasn't the bubbles at all, but the surprise of sharing a good laugh with a friend. As the sun began to tuck itself behind the hills, the cakes landed on the village green, turning into soft, edible cushions for the animals to sit on. Barnaby watched from his window, his heart feeling light and full. He decided to leave his kitchen just as it was, with a few stray bubbles still floating near the ceiling. He realized that tomorrow he would bake a batch of tickle tarts on purpose, because the world was always a little brighter when everyone was smiling together.
Maggie and the Clockwork Moon Polish. Deep inside the tall mahogany grandfather clock, Maggie, the tiny toy sedan, sat on her brass parking spot. Maggie was the official light polisher, and her job was to keep the clock's nightly lantern shining bright for the library. But tonight, something felt quiet and gray, because the main star gear had lost its golden sparkle. It turned with a slow, heavy clunk instead of its usual happy hum, causing the lantern light to flicker like a sleepy candle. Maggie revved her little engine, her wheels spinning in place as she looked up at the dim, dusty gears high above her home. To fix the light, Maggie had to reach the grand pendulum, the swinging heart of the clock where the moonlight polish was kept. She carefully drove her shiny red wheels onto the cog path, a winding trail of brass tracks that climbed toward the top. The gears clicked softly, singing a rhythmic lullaby that sounded like tiny wooden blocks tapping together. She passed the timekeepers, small copper springs that wiggled in place, and carefully navigated around the velvet-soft cogs that held the minutes tight. Every turn she took felt steady and calm, like a gentle rocking chair moving to and fro in the quiet house. The path grew narrower as Maggie climbed toward the tallest pendulum, where the air felt cool and smelled like old, polished wood. She saw the moonlight polish resting on a tiny ledge, glowing with a soft silver shimmer,
that looked like spilled starlight. It was a long way up, and the shadows were soft and sleepy, curling around the clock walls like warm blankets. As she approached, she made a surprising discovery. The jar wasn't just holding polish, but a collection of tiny, trapped echoes of the day's laughter from the library below, which the clock had been saving to keep the gears happy. When she reached the top, Maggie carefully opened the jar. Instead of a thick paste, a swirl of silver stardust and happy giggles floated out, coating her bumper like morning dew. She drove back down to the star gear, humming a cheerful tune that matched the echoes dancing around her. With a gentle nudge, she rubbed the stardust onto the teeth of the gear. It didn't just glow, it began to chime, a soft, melodic tune, turning the clock into a gentle music box that played the library's favorite bedtime songs. With her work done, Maggie parked back on her brass spot, her red paint shining under the restored golden lantern light. She watched the pendulum swing, no longer just a ticker, but a conductor for the clock's new, sweet symphony. The library was filled with the softest lullaby, a gift for all the books resting on their shelves. Maggie looked at her reflection in the polished gear and realized she didn't just polish the light, she had set the day's happiness free to sing them all to sleep. She gave a little honk, the quietest, softest honk of the night, and decided that being the clock's music maker was much better than just a polisher. Leo, the Star Hopper, and the Lantern Light Grove. In the quiet heart of the Lantern Light Grove, tiny weavers worked with threads that felt like spun starlight. They were not making scarves, but ribbons of soft moonlight, pulling shimmering strands from the air to knit cozy lanterns. Every mushroom in the forest glowed with a hum, like a soft nightlight. Leo sat on a velvet mossy stump, watching them work with great care. He loved how the light felt like warm, glowing yarn between their nimble fingers, turning the chilly forest air into a snug, golden hug. Today, however, the grove felt unusually still, and the air was growing quite cool. The head weaver, an elf with silver hair, looked truly puzzled. Their golden spool, which caught the very first rays of dawn, had vanished. Without it, the forest could not catch the morning sun to keep things cozy. The lanterns were flickering low, dimming like tired candles at the end of a long night. The weavers searched under every mushroom cap, but the spool was nowhere to be found.
Leo decided to help his tiny friends, moving as quietly as a falling leaf. He looked behind the silver-leafed trees and under the giant, velvet-soft toadstools. He checked the hollows where the crickets kept their fiddles tucked away for safekeeping. He moved with slow, careful steps so he would not disturb the sleeping petals. Leo used his keen eyes to spot anything that might catch the light. He hummed a soft, bouncy tune to help him think, his footsteps silent on the deep, springy moss. Near the edge of the brook, Leo saw something very strange and quite ticklish. A family of sleepy hedgehogs had curled up in a pile of autumn leaves. Tucked right in the middle of their prickly ball was the golden spool. It was being used as a very shiny, very bright pillow for the smallest hedgehog. The little creature was snoring softly, its nose twitching against the glowing gold thread. Leo stifled a giggle, covering his mouth so he would not wake the napping family. But he noticed something odd. The spool was actually purring like a kitten. Leo gently tickled the spool, and the hedgehogs rolled away, still fast asleep. When the weavers wound the thread back up, the forest suddenly burst into bright light. But because the spool had been purring, the light didn't just glow, it turned everything into bright, glowing polka dots. The weavers clapped, laughing at the silly, spotted trees and mushrooms. Even the hedgehogs woke up and rolled around in the polka dot glow, looking like fuzzy, spotted balls. Leo realized the spool loved being a pillow so much, he promised to bring it a soft, woolly hat every morning so it would never have to be stolen by a sleepy hedgehog again.
Barnaby's Blue-Striped Search. The laundry room hummed with a gentle, sleepy vibration, like a cat purring in a sunbeam. Barnaby, a soft blue-striped sock, woke up from his tumble-dry cycle feeling cozy and round. He stretched his knitted toes, but when he turned to nudge his twin, Benny, he found only a pile of fluffy towels. Benny had slipped away through a secret, static sparkle hole behind the dryer, a shimmering, fuzzy portal where wandering socks liked to tumble. Barnaby knew his brother was just exploring, but he wanted them to be together for the evening, so he wiggled his heel and hopped right through the glowing, crackling gap. Barnaby tumbled out into the hallway, where the floorboards felt cool and smooth against his wool. He followed a trail of faint, static click sounds, like tiny fairy footsteps that led him past the sleeping slippers and the quiet umbrella stand. The house was full of soft shadows and the scent of rain-fresh linen.
He checked behind the heavy velvet curtains and peeked into the cozy space under the armchair, but found only dust bunnies playing a quiet game of hide and seek. He kept moving, his blue stripes glowing softly in the dim evening light, guided by the hope of a familiar matching stripe. He reached the bathroom, where the air was still and smelled of lavender soap bubbles. The tiles were cool under his soft knit, but Barnaby didn't mind, for he heard a tiny, rhythmic thumping sound coming from near the tub. He crept past the pile of folded towels and looked down at the large, shaggy bathroom rug that sat like a plush, fluffy island on the floor. There, nestled deep in the warm, curly fibers of the rug, was Benny, happily waiting, as if he had built a secret, fuzzy fort just for the two of them. Barnaby hopped onto the rug, and the two brothers hugged, their blue stripes tangling together in a messy, happy knot. They realized that the bathroom rug was actually the softest place in the entire house, far better than any laundry hamper. They decided to stay right there together, tucked away in the cozy rug, watching the moonbeams paint the tiles with silver light. Who knew that a little search for a brother would lead them to such a perfect, shaggy island, where the only thing left to do was tell stories until the house fell quiet. Jimmy the Hat's. Jimmy the Hat's Windy Waltz. Jimmy was a soft felt fedora who lived on the professor's head in the library of floating curiosities. Every morning, the professor and Jimmy shared the same routine. They would bow to the dictionaries, tip to the encyclopedias, and settle in for a long, quiet read. But one breezy morning, a curious gust of wind tickled the open window, snatched Jimmy right off the professor's head, and whisked him into the garden. As Jimmy tumbled through the air, he felt quite light and rather worried, watching the dusty, book-filled study shrink into a tiny square of warm, golden light. Outside, the garden was a maze of dancing tulips and swaying ivy. Jimmy didn't know how to fly, but he knew how to listen. From the open window, the books began to sing the homecoming tune, a rhythmic tap, swish, tap sound that echoed off the library walls. Jimmy tilted his brim to catch the melody. Tap, swish, tap, he hummed back, bobbing his felt crown in time with the song. Every time he matched the rhythm, he floated a little higher, turning the garden into a giant, flowery carousel that spun him closer to home. The garden air smelled of clover and sunshine, but Jimmy missed the scent of old parchment and vanilla-sweet glue. He followed the tap, swish, tap of the books,
gliding past the ivy vines like a paper boat on a quiet stream.
As he drifted through the window, the library books gave a rustling cheer, their pages flapping like tiny wings.
Jimmy felt a warm, familiar glow as he floated over the study, aiming carefully for the top of the professor's head, just as he had done every day since he was a very new hat. Jimmy landed with a soft poof right back where he belonged.
But the professor was looking quite peculiar.
While Jimmy was away, the professor had balanced his afternoon teapot on his head to keep the tea warm while he searched for his missing hat. With Jimmy back, he was now wearing a hat on top of a teapot. The professor blinked, felt the soft fedora, and let out a surprised giggle. He sat down, enjoyed his perfectly warm tea, and decided that having a hat-wearing teapot was the most fashionable way to spend a Tuesday afternoon.
The Saturday Porch Surprise. Leo, Mia, and Sam walked down the quiet, tree-lined sidewalk, their sneakers crunching softly on the fallen autumn leaves. They spotted Mrs. Gable standing on her cozy front porch, stretching up high on her tiptoes. She was reaching for her bright blue mailbox, which was mounted just a little too high on the wall. Her face crinkled at the corners like a warm, happy map, but she sighed as her fingers brushed the metal and missed. Mrs. Gable didn't look sad, just a little bit stuck, her morning letters waiting patiently inside the box. The three friends whispered a quick plan, their sneakers tapping in rhythm. Instead of just reaching up, Leo knelt on the porch steps while Mia and Sam carefully moved a heavy wooden crate right under the mailbox. It was a perfect, sturdy step. Mrs. Gable stepped up, her eyes twinkling as she peeked inside. But instead of just her letters, she pulled out a handful of colorful, crinkly streamers that the wind must have blown in earlier. She let out a delighted laugh, and the three children giggled as they helped her gather the mail and the runaway ribbons together. Mrs. Gable invited them to sit on the porch swing, which creaked a slow, sleepy song as it rocked back and forth. She shared a bowl of sweet strawberries, and the children told her about the funny squirrel they saw at school. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of peach and plum, Leo noticed something wonderful. By fixing the mailbox step, they had accidentally created the perfect spot for the neighborhood birds to land. The children watched the birds settle in, feeling happy that their small, kind surprise had made the whole porch a welcome home for everyone.
The Silver Spoon Kingdom of the Blue Rug. To Elliot and Sissy, the living room rug was just a piece of blue wool. But to their son Leo, it was a vast, rolling ocean of indigo waves. The parents were in a thundering hurry, stomping their heavy boots as they hunted for a lost silver spoon. Every giant step they took made the coffee table mountains shake and the blue yarn forest tremble with fear. Leo stood as still as a stone, watching his parents cause a woolly earthquake. He knew that when you rush like a storm, the tiny magic of the world hides itself away in the shadows.
Leo reached into his pocket and produced a tiny shimmering bell that rang with the sound of a falling star.
"Wait," he whispered, and as the clear note drifted through the air, the room grew magically soft.
He showed Elliot and Sissy how to transform into tiptoe travelers, moving so lightly they wouldn't wake the sleeping lint lions, the round gray dust bunnies napping in the valleys of the rug.
As the parents slowed their breath, the blue yarn stopped shaking, and the hidden, glowing paths of the under-furniture realm began to sparkle under the table's wooden sky. In the heart of the rug sat a massive red button that shone like a ruby shield. Moving with the grace of slow-motion explorers, the family followed a trail of sugar glitter behind the shield.
Elliot and Sissy dropped to their knees, their eyes wide, as they spotted a colony of paper clips building a bridge over a treacherous green string river.
Because they were finally moving at the speed of a ladybug. They saw it. The silver spoon. It lay tucked in a deep blue fold, gleaming like a fallen crescent moon amidst the tall fibers of the rug forest. Just as Elliot reached out, Leo pointed to a tiny, silver-haired spider who had spun a lacy web porch across the spoon's handle. Instead of grabbing the treasure, the big parents waited, holding their breath until the little architect moved safely to a nearby yarn tree. Leo giggled at the sight of his tall, strong parents acting like two clumsy, gentle bears trying not to scare a butterfly. Now, whenever the house feels too fast, Elliot and Sissy practice their cloud walking. Though it once took them 20 minutes just to reach the cookie jar without making a sound.
Yara and the ink butterfly of the chromatic rainforest. In the chromatic rainforest, the air is so thick and sweet that colors do not fly away. They sit heavy and rich upon the leaves like coats of wet paint. Here, a young painter named Yara lived among the neon green canopy with her older sister, Muna, a nectar gatherer who wore an apron the color of buttercups. While Muna spent her days harvesting liquid light from the deepest flowers, Yara used her brushes to mimic the ruby red sap and turquoise mist of their home. But one afternoon, a shadow fell over Yara's palette. A butterfly made of shivering, wet night ink fluttered past, and everywhere its wings brushed a leaf, the color vanished instantly, leaving behind a cold, star-shaped hole of pure white silence. Yara watched in dismay as the ink butterfly looped through the vines, acting like a hungry velvet sponge. It wasn't trying to be unkind, but it was a creature of the dark, lost in the blinding day, and its wings were empty of their own light. With every frantic flap, a piece of the jungle's soul disappeared into the butterfly's ink. The heavy emerald moss turned into a ghost of itself, and the sky blue orchids became nothing but hollow gaps in the air. Yara clutched her paintbrush, her heart heavy. The butterfly was soaking up the world because it had nothing of its own to hold, and soon her vibrant home would be nothing but a blank, colorless page. Yara realized that the butterfly didn't need a sister's help or a jar of nectar. It needed a master's touch to fill its empty frame. She reached into her satchel for her most precious treasure, a vial of sun-distilled pollen, a pigment so bright it hummed against the glass. With a steady hand, she began to paint directly onto the white silences, creating a trail of shimmering, textured dots that led toward a hollow stone. The butterfly, drawn to the weight and warmth of the fresh pigment, followed the trail, its ink wings heavy with stolen greens. As it landed, Yara bravely dipped her finest brush into the sun pollen and touched the butterfly's wings, trading her rarest color for the forest's life. As the sun-distilled pollen met the wet night ink, the butterfly shivered with a new golden weight. The stolen colors began to leak back out, pouring from its wings like heavy silk ribbons. The butterfly danced back toward the white gaps in the canopy, pressing its wings against the star-shaped holes to stamp the rich greens and reds back onto the leaves. The jungle woke up with a deep, vibrating hum as the colors returned, feeling warm and solid once more. Yara watched her most beautiful paint vanish into the butterfly's wings. But as the creature flew off, glowing with a permanent internal spark, the rainforest felt heavier and more vibrant than ever before.
Halo and the Song Silk Waterfall. In the heart of the Crystal Basin, where every spoken word falls to the ground like a shiny pebble, lived a young boy named Kalo. Kalo was a crystalkin, his skin smooth and warm like sun-baked sea glass, and he lived at the edge of Echo Creek with his grandmother, Elder Miri. Miri was a master weaver who could catch a lullaby in mid-air and turn it into a scarf. Together, they tended the great waterfall, a towering curtain of liquid music where every drop chimed like a silver bell. Their job was vital. They caught the falling melodies and wove them into heavy, humming blankets that kept the valley warm against the creeping chill of the mountain air. But today, the great waterfall was angry. Instead of a gentle chime, it let out a thunderous crashing roar, a chaotic melody snag that sent musical droplets shattering against the rocks. These C-sharp droplets were no longer light. They fell like heavy lead and felt sharp as broken glass, bruising the air with their discord. Kalo's friend Pip, a round marsh puffin with feathers like yellow dandelion fluff, bounced frantically through the tall glass grass. Pip swung his tiny silk net at the escaping notes, but the music was too wild. The stray melodies leaped like frightened silver fish, slipping through the mesh and vanishing into the cold, creeping silence. Elder Miri gripped her walking staff, her face grave as she pointed toward the center of the creek. There stood the moonlight loom, a frame of frozen, glowing beams that spanned the rushing water like a bridge of white fire. "The rhythm has broken, Kalo," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the clashing chords. "If we do not catch the song before the sun dips, the valley will fall into a great silence, and the frost will never leave." Kalo felt a shiver run through his glass chest. He was just a student, and the water looked heavy enough to crush his wooden weaving shuttle. Yet, the warmth of his village depended on his hands. With a deep breath that rattled like marbles in a jar, Kalo stepped onto the moonlight loom. The frozen light groaned beneath his feet, vibrating with the frantic energy of the waterfall. As he reached out, a heavy droplet of C-sharp splashed against his palm, stinging like a jagged diamond and nearly knocking him into the froth. Suddenly, the loom began to thin and crack, dissolving under the weight of the discord. Suddenly, the loom began to thin and crack, dissolving under the weight of the discord. Pip, seeing Kaleo stumble, dived into the spray, using his small body to buffet the sharpest notes away from Kalo's face, his yellow feathers damp and heavy as he chirped a warning. Kalo realized he couldn't just catch the chaos. He had to transform it. As the loom splintered beneath him, he didn't pull away. Instead, he pressed his sea glass palms directly into the jagged C-sharp shards. Using his nature as a crystalkin, he let his own internal warmth flow outward, absorbing the sharp discord into his smooth chest. He began to hum a slow, steady pulse. Not a song, but a physical rhythm. The jagged glass notes softened, melting into long, glowing threads of amber sound that anchored the cracking loom. He threw his shuttle with a brave, wide arc, binding the music back into a shimmering, rhythmic pattern. As the first star blinked overhead, the roar of the waterfall softened into a peaceful, rhythmic pulse. Cayelo stepped back onto the grass just as the last beam of the loom vanished, dragging a magnificent blanket that glowed with the light of 1,000 captured songs. Pip chirped a final happy note and tucked his head under a wing, exhausted but warm. Elder Miri draped the singing fabric over Cayelo's shoulders, and the heat of the woven music seeped deep into his crystal skin. The valley didn't fall silent. Instead, it breathed a deep, melodic sigh, tucked safely under a coverlet of golden sound that would hum them all through the night.
Nuru and the Shivering Star. Note: high above the clouds, Nuru lived in the Station of Soft Signals, a glass-domed home that floated like a bubble in the velvet night. Her grandfather, Elder Orion, was the keeper of the sky. Together, they spent their evenings catching messages that drifted down from the stars like glowing autumn leaves. Beside them flitted Blink, a fuzzy moth cat with antennae that pulsed like soft neon hearts. Tonight, a heavy silence fell as a brilliant blue envelope tumbled from the rafters and landed in Nuru's lap. It wasn't warm like the others. It was shivering so violently that it rattled her teeth, shedding tiny frost flakes shaped like musical notes that crunched like sugar on the floor. Nuru pulled her knees to her chest, cradling the freezing paper. Through the translucent blue, she saw words written in pale ice ink, but the letters were thinning and turning to mist. "Grandfather, look!" Nuru cried, her breath puffing white in the sudden chill. "The star's secret is evaporating." Elder Orion peered through his brass magnifying glass, his silver beard dusting the frost. He sighed, a heavy, worried sigh. To save the message, Nuru had to perform the warmth reveal, a delicate sequence of 3 different kinds of heat. If the ice ink vanished before the third warmth was applied, the star's voice would be lost to the great, cold dark forever. Knowing time was short, Nuru leaned down and pressed her lips near the shivering paper. She began to hum a low, buzzing melody. The kind of song a beehive makes on a sunny afternoon. Blink the moth cat understood. He landed on the envelope and added a deep, vibrating purr that made the glass dome ring. As their voices mingled, the frost flakes, shaped like notes, began to glow a bruised, hopeful purple. The ink darkened slightly, turning from mist to slush, but the envelope still felt like a jagged piece of a glacier. Nuru's fingers went numb, yet she knew a song was only the beginning of the thaw. For the second warmth, Nuru didn't just use her voice. She gave the star note a fierce, protective hug. She tucked the freezing blue square against her chest, right over her beating heart. The cold was biting, stinging through her sweater like 1,000 tiny needles, but Nuru squeezed tighter. She whispered to the star that it was safe now, and Blink curled around her neck like a living scarf of heat. Suddenly, a scent like sun-drenched rain filled the observatory. The envelope stopped its frantic rattling, and the ice ink flushed a vivid, happy pink, though the words remained a blurry swirl of rosy slush. One more, whispered, her heart racing. She dashed across the station to her velvet sleeping cushion and grabbed her favorite yellow woolen sock, which had been toasting atop the brass heater. It was thick, fuzzy, and smelled of home. With steady hands, she slid the glowing blue envelope into the golden wool, wrapping it up like a tiny, precious bird. The last of the frost flakes finally surrendered, melting into sparkling droplets that vanished into the fabric. The envelope grew still and heavy in her hands, radiating a gentle golden glow. Slowly, Nuru pulled the paper out to find the ice ink had transformed into solid, shimmering gold letters. Nuru and Elder Orion leaned in as the golden ink leapt off the page, projecting a shimmering map onto the glass dome. It wasn't a letter of words, but a map to a hidden corner of the sky where a brand new constellation was waking up, a cluster of stars shaped exactly like a leaping moth cat. Blink let out a joyful chirp, his antennae sparking with silver light as the new stars twinkled back from the deep. Nuru smiled, tucking the empty, warm sock under her pillow. The sky was no longer a cold, lonely place. It was a vast library of friends, just waiting for someone to keep them warm.
Malik and the Case of the Blue Fence Gate. Malik and Anaya lived in 2 houses that shared a long, silver-gray fence, but they lived their lives together. To talk, they tapped on the wood like woodpeckers. Tap, tap, slide. And to play, they used the small sky blue gate that sat right in the middle. Today, Malik stood at the gate with his favorite red ball, waiting for the familiar click of the latch. But when he pulled, the wood groaned. He tugged again, his sneakers sliding in the dirt, but the gate felt as heavy as a mountain. A strange, low rumble vibrated through the handle, sounding like a grumpy dragon hiding in the shadows, and Malik felt a tiny shiver of worry. Was the gate locked forever? To solve the mystery, Malik reached into his pocket for his detective's tool, a small, shiny magnifying glass. He knelt in the clover and pressed his eye to a knothole in the wood. On the other side, the dragon was revealed. It was Buster, Anaya's enormous golden retriever, who had fallen into a sleep so deep he looked like a heavy sack of honey-colored wool. Buster was sprawled directly against the gate, his sturdy back acting like a living bolt. Every time the dog breathed, a great rumbling snore shook the fence. Malik knew he couldn't just shove the gate, or he might hurt his furry friend. But he had to get to the other side before the afternoon sun disappeared. Malik looked around his garden for a gentle solution. His eyes landed on his yellow watering can, its spout shaped like a friendly beak. He filled it with cool, clear water and hauled it to the fence, his muscles tensing as he lifted it high above his head. Balancing on his tiptoes, he tilted the can over the top rail. A shimmering ribbon of water arched through the air, sparkling like diamonds in the sun. Drip, drop, splash. The cool water landed right in the grass under Buster's twitching black nose. The snoring stopped instantly. One velvet ear flicked, then the other, and with a long, snuffly sigh, the golden dog stood up to shake himself, his tail thumping against the wood like a happy drum. With the heavy weight gone, Malik pulled the handle, and the gate swung wide with a musical creak. There stood Anaya, her hair in two bouncy puffs, her face lighting up as she saw her friend. Malik didn't need to explain. He simply tossed the red ball, and the game began. Buster trotted between them, his golden fur still damp and cool, weaving a path through the tall grass as the two friends ran. The gate stood open behind them, a bright blue frame for a garden filled with the steady, rhythmic sound of a ball bouncing and the happy yaps of a dog who had finally decided it was time to play. Zuri and the Echo Fruit Expedition. Zuri was a tiny crystal elf whose skin shimmered like morning frost on a window pane. She lived high in the Glimmer Grotto Peaks, a mountain range of see-through quartz where the magic rule was simple: Every sound, from a tiny sneeze to a loud cheer, turned into a soft, glowing light. Zuri's best friend was Ojo, a round, fuzzy moss puff she had rescued from a tangle of dandelions. Today, Zuri was determined to find a light bright enough to warm her chilly hallway. As they strolled through the crystal meadow, they discovered a cave that breathed a low, musical hum, inviting them into its cool, shadowy mouth. They stepped inside the humming cave and gasped at the strange treasures floating in the air. Great stone bubbles, as smooth and heavy as giant pearls, drifted like slow-motion balloons in the stillness. In this mountain, silence made things heavy, but noise made them light. Zuri began to hum a silver melody, and the bubbles bobbed upward, blushing a deep rosy pink as they floated out of her way. Oho let out a happy pop with every hop, sending ripples of emerald light across the jagged walls. Together, they moved deeper into the dark, their own happy noises carving a path of color through the gloom. Suddenly, the air turned thick, and the silence grew heavy in the chamber of whispering vines. The stone bubbles became cold and gray, sinking to the floor to block the path like giant, unmoving boulders. Zuri tried to sing, but her throat felt tight with a little bit of fear, and her song came out as a tiny, weak squeak. The bubbles didn't budge. High above, tiny pip birds with feathers like flickering candles swooped down. They didn't just sing, they drummed their beaks against the quartz in a steady, thumping heartbeat. Zuri clapped her hands to the rhythm, and Ojo drummed his tummy. As the beat grew strong, the stone bubbles shivered and floated toward the ceiling, clearing the way. They tumbled through the passage and found themselves in the Glowberry Grove, the secret heart of the mountain. Here, the rarest light source in the world grew on branches that twisted like frozen golden lightning. The berries were currently dim and dusty, sleeping in the quiet of the deep earth. Zuri and Ojo stood back to back and shared a secret, a soft, buzzing whisper about their favorite memories. As their voices filled the room, the berries drank in the sound, bursting into a brilliant fire of gold and sapphire light, until the entire grove looked like a forest of fallen stars. Zuri carefully picked a single, pulsing glowberry, which felt as warm and squishy as a toasted marshmallow in her hand. With their prize secured, she and Ojo marched back toward the surface, keeping a steady, rhythmic stump, stump, clap to ensure the stone bubbles stayed high and the path stayed bright. The pip birds trailed behind them like a ribbon of silver smoke, guiding them until the golden sun of the meadow greeted them once more. Back at home, Zuri placed the berry on a tiny silver stand. It hummed with the memory of their adventure, bathing her hallway in a permanent, cozy glow. Torbjorn and the Sky Stitch Lullaby. Torbjorn was a tiny hedgehog tailor with paws no bigger than peppercorns, living in a workshop tucked beneath the velvet roots of Mossy Creek. He was a master of the silver stitch, using a needle forged from moonlight and thread spun by the wisest garden spiders. One midnight, a sudden chime echoed through the roots as a silver star tumbled from the heights, snagging firmly onto Torbjorn's prickly back. The sky above now had a ragged, dark tear in its overwashed denim texture, and Torbjorn knew that without his help, the night would lose its shimmer. He gathered his spool of spider silk, feeling the star's fizzy soda pop heat against his quills, and set off to mend the heavens. As Torbjorn waddled through the giant sleeping ferns, the star on his back cast long, dancing shadows across the forest floor. In Mossy Creek, magic only woke up when it heard a song. So Torbjorn began to hum a soft, low lullaby that sounded like wind through the pines. The moment his tune drifted into the air, his magic needle began to pulse with a warm, golden light, vibrating in time with his heartbeat. But the forest was full of distractions. When a twig snapped and Torbjorn missed a beat, the needle turned to heavy, cold lead in his hand. He had to close his eyes and find his rhythm again, breathing deep until the needle glowed and the path forward was once again paved in light. He reached the bank of the creek, where the water tumbled over pebbles like spilled marbles. To anchor a star back into the snagged velvet of the sky, Torbjorn needed a weight of morning, a heavy, perfect dewdrop that had gathered the dreams of the forest. He spotted a crystal-clear drop resting on a broad hosta leaf, trembling like a liquid diamond. Still humming his rhythmic lullaby, Torbjorn used his needle to catch the dewdrop, binding it with a shimmering silver loop. The water button was surprisingly heavy, pulling on his tiny frame with the gravity of the coming dawn, but it sparkled with enough magic to hold the entire night together. With the dewdrop tucked into his kit and the star glowing on his back, Torbjorn began the long climb up Velvet Hill. His short legs grew weary, and the steep grass felt like a mountain, the weight of morning dragging at his belt like a stone. He puffed and panted, his hum turning into a brave, rhythmic chant that pushed him higher and higher. Near the top, his breath grew short, and the star began to flicker out, its fizzy heat fading to a dull chill. With one final, desperate surge of song, he pushed through the fatigue, his melodies soaring just as he reached the peak, where the dark tear in the sky hung just above his nose. Standing on his tiptoes, Torbjorn let out one last beautiful high note that shimmered like a bell. His needle danced through the air, weaving the spider silk through the denim dark sky, and anchoring the star with the heavy dewdrop button. As the final stitch clicked into place, the thread became part of the landscape, turning into a permanent trail of glitter across the cosmos. The star gave a joyful pulse of light, warming Torbjorn's nose before settling back into its home. He sat on the soft clover of the hill, watching the sky glow with a perfect mended peace, wondering if the moon might need a new silver button by tomorrow night. Sigmund and the Bread of Giggle Light. Sigmund was a small dragon with scales the dusty blue of a late summer blueberry. He lived in the sugar dust kitchen, a copper-bottomed pantry that drifted through the clouds like a giant whistling tea kettle. Every evening, Sigmund baked moonlight bread to feed the blinking stars that lived just outside his window. But tonight, the dough sat in its wooden bowl as heavy and gray as a rain cloud. In this kitchen, the ovens only warmed when they heard a happy secret, and the dough only rose when it was tickled by a giggle. Sigmund was trying to follow the book of serious baking, which said that dragons must be very stern to succeed, and now the stars were beginning to dim with hunger. Determined to fix the bread, Sigmund carried his heavy bowl into the flour cloud pantry, where the shelves groaned under jars of starlight sugar. He leaned over the gray dough and tried to whisper a very serious, sensible secret about how to organize a sock drawer, but his voice was thin and flat. The dough didn't budge. It remained a stubborn, dull lump. Sigmund knew the bread needed the bubbly, bouncing energy of a real laugh, but he had spent all day practicing being a very serious dragon. He began to rummage through the tall sacks of cloud flour, looking for a ticklish spoon or a jar of old jokes, his heart feeling as heavy as a leaden biscuit. Sigmund waddled toward the bubbling yeast spring, where the water hopped and chirped in a stone basin. As he reached for a cup, his tail swiped a giant, overfilled bag of moonflower. With a muffled poof, the bag burst like a soft white firework, coating Sigmund from his horns to his haunches. When the dust settled, Sigmund looked in the polished silver fridge and saw a round, puffy, pure white creature staring back. He looked less like a fierce dragon and more like a giant, confused marshmallow with 2 blinking eyes. A tiny wiggly tickle began to grow in his belly, bubbling up past his serious scales. He couldn't help it. A great wobbling giggle erupted from his chest and echoed off the copper pots. Sigmund leaned over his bowl and poured that bubbly sound right into the mixture, whispering the secret of the marshmallow dragon. The dough shivered, drinking in the joy, and instantly began to glow a vibrant, pulsing violet. It grew larger and lighter until it drifted right out of the bowl, hovering in the air like a translucent, shimmering jellyfish. The jelly-light bread bobbed gently, its soft purple glow illuminating the kitchen with a warmth that smelled of honey and wild clover. Sigmund guided the floating loaf out onto the star view balcony, where the cool night air tasted like peppermint. As he broke the glowing bread into pieces, the nearby stars drifted closer. Sirius, who was always a bit grumpy until he had snacks, and little Lyra, who twinkled with a nervous rhythm. He tossed the violet morsels into the sky, watching as they caught the treats and sparked into brilliant, steady light. The stars hummed a song of gratitude that vibrated in Sigmund's scales. Brushing the last of the white flour from his nose, Sigmund watched the violet bread pulse in the dark, knowing that even the most serious dragon needs a little wiggle in his heart.
Fanny and the Mosscoat Visitor. Fanny was a child of quiet wonders, the kind of girl who could spot a single silver spire thread in a field of green. She lived in a house where the garden ended and the great misty woods began, an edge place where the air always smelled of damp earth and pine sap. One morning, while the fog still clung to the grass like a soft white blanket, Fanny stepped onto her back porch and found a small, huddled shape by the door. It was a tiny person who looked just like a troll from her storybooks, with a coat of living emerald moss and skin the color of rain-washed granite. Fanny held her breath, realizing this silent traveler was far from the deep shadows of the forest where he belonged. Slow, measured pacing, very warm, intimate tone, subtle dynamics, fuller chest resonance. Fanny sat down on the wooden steps, moving as slowly as a cloud so she wouldn't startle him. The little visitor did not speak, but he looked up with round, shy eyes that shimmered like puddles after a storm. He clutched a walking stick made from a crooked hemlock twig, his tiny shoulders shivering in the brisk coastal air. Fanny wanted to show him that her big, bright world wasn't a place to fear. She reached into the grass and plucked a single buttery yellow leaf, holding it out like a golden flag of friendship. The little troll reached out a mossy hand, his fingers feeling like soft velvet against the leaf's dry spine. To lead him home, Fanny knew the path was too vast for his heavy tectonic steps, so she created a guide. She took a ball of crimson yarn from her pocket and tied one end to her porch railing, letting the string trail out across the lawn. The little troll tilted his head, watching the bright red line as it cut through the gray mist. He reached out and gripped the yarn, feeling its hum and vibration as Fanny moved ahead. With a slow, deliberate clack-tap of his stone feet on the wood, the visitor began to follow the scarlet thread, trusting the girl who led him with a gentle tug and a steady hand. They moved off the porch and into the sea of grass, where the morning mist turned the garden into a silver maze. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic growl rumbled through the air. The neighbor's lawnmower had roared to life nearby, shaking the earth like a dragon's breath. The little troll froze, his granite skin turning pale as he huddled against Fanny's ankle. To him, the vibrations were a mountain crumbling. Fanny knelt down, shielding him with her hands and humming a low, steady tune to drown out the noise. She waited until the roar faded into the distance, her heart thumping against her ribs until the garden felt safe and still once more. As they reached the forest's hem, the ground turned into a tangle of gnarled roots and crisp, copper-colored needles. The little troll paused, looking up at the long blue shadows that stretched between the trees like giant fingers. Sensing his worry, Fanny began to hum a different tune, one that mimicked the heartbeat of the woods. She hummed the sound of wind rushing through high branches and the sleepy chirp of a hidden cricket. Hearing the music of his own world, the visitor stood a little taller, his twig staff clicking rhythmically against the roots as he marched toward the deep green gloom. Soon, they arrived at the boundary wall, an ancient pile of gray boulders draped in thick, woolly moss. This was the place where the mown grass gave way to the wild, and Fanny knew it was the threshold of her friend's home. The little troll scrambled onto the first rock, his mossy coat blending perfectly with the stone. He turned back to Fanny, and for the first time, his shy face broke into a wide, joyous beam. A sharp pang of sadness touched Fanny's heart, but she knew that a true friend helps you get to where you belong, even if it means letting go of the hand you've been holding. Fanny watched as the visitor found a narrow, dark crevice between two massive stones, a doorway just his size. He turned one last time, raising his hemlock walking stick high in the air in a silent, sturdy salute. With a quick, rustling wiggle, he vanished into the cool, secret heart of the wall. The forest seemed to exhale a long, satisfied sigh of pine-scented air, welcoming its wanderer back. Fanny stood by the mossy stones for a long time, listening to the silence and feeling the damp mist settle on her hair like a crown of tiny diamonds. When Fanny finally walked back to her porch, she reached into her pocket and found the smooth white pebble she had carried all morning. To her amazement, a tiny, bright speck of emerald moss was beginning to curl across the stone's surface, soft and living. It was a piece of the forest that refused to fade, a reminder that her friend was safe in the deep green dark. She gripped the warming treasure tight, looking back at the woods where the shadows now felt like a hug. Fanny knew she had touched a fairy tale that morning, and as she turned the handle of her door, she carried the mountain's secret home with her. Ralvin and the Moon Dragon Parade. Ralvin was a small boy with a heart that beat like a steady drum, living in a house that felt like a sleeping giant once the lights went out. He stood in the center of his bedroom, his blue pajamas glowing silver in the moonlight that spilled through the blinds. Around his shoulders, he had knotted a heavy, fuzzy blanket into a knight's cape that trailed behind him like a royal robe of wool. In his right hand, he gripped a wooden sword carved from an old scrap of pine, his knuckles white with purpose. High above his bed, jagged gray shapes flickered and danced across the wallpaper. To anyone else, they were just patches of darkness, but to Ralvin, they were moon dragons with smoky wings and starlight eyes, and he was the only knight brave enough to face them. Stepping out of his room, Ralvin entered the long hallway, which felt like a deep, narrow canyon where the silence hummed in his ears. He marched forward, his sword tapping a steady, rhythmic beat against his knee. Clack, 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 to keep his spirits high and the shadows at bay. He didn't notice his mother, Nora, standing in the kitchen doorway in her moss-green robe, her eyes soft with a secret smile. She didn't call out or turn on the lamps. She simply drifted behind him like a gentle, protective shadow, watching her little knight navigate the indigo gloom of his midnight mission with his chin held high. At the end of the canyon, the house opened up into the living room, a place Ralvin called the Valley of Chairs. In the dark, the stuffed armchairs looked like hunched, sleeping mountains, and the sofa was a long velvet ridge. On the far wall, the moon dragons were larger and wilder here, swirling in shaky circles and stretching their long, leafy necks toward the ceiling. One shadow flickered with a silver scale shimmer that made Ralvin's breath catch. He felt a shiver run down his spine, but he planted his feet firmly on the carpet. He took a deep breath that smelled like the cold glass of the window and the cedar of his sword, knowing a true hero couldn't turn back now. The dragons seemed to be guarding the big bay window at the front of the house, their tails lashing whenever the wind gave a low whistle against the siding. Ralvin reached into his pajama pocket and pulled out a small, round orange, his dragon fruit, and rolled it across the floor toward the wall, hoping to tame the flickering beasts with a peace offering. The shadows didn't eat. They simply lunged and retreated, their movements sharp and rhythmic. Ralvin crept across the rug, moving as silently as a cat on a velvet cushion, pointing his wooden sword at a particularly fierce shadow that looked like it had a crown of sharp, jagged horns. Just as Ralvin reached the glass, a sudden flash of yellow light swept across the room like a golden broom. A car hummed past on the street outside, and for a second, the moon dragons leaped and scattered toward the ceiling before vanishing entirely. Ralvin didn't hide. He pressed his nose against the cold window pane and blinked, determined to see where the monsters went. There were no dragons. Standing right outside was the old oak tree, its thick branches reaching out toward the street lamp. He watched as a forgotten red kite, tangled high in the branches, fluttered its plastic tail, creating the horns he had feared. Ralvin let out a long, shaky sigh and lowered his sword, the wooden tip resting against his toes. He realized the silver scales were just the street lamp hitting the shiny kite, and the wings were the clusters of leaves dancing in the wind. He reached out and touched the window, feeling the low vibration of the breeze against the glass. It wasn't a battle at all. It was a leafy puppet show put on by the moon and the wind. The living room didn't feel like a scary valley anymore. It just felt like home, filled with familiar things that had only been wearing costumes for the night. "That was a very brave stand, Sir Ralvin," a soft voice whispered from the darkness. Ralvin spun around, his blanket cape swirling, to see Nora standing by the sofa. She stepped forward and gathered her knight into a big, warm hug that smelled like lavender soap and home. She told him she had watched him face the dragons with more courage than a king in a storybook. Ralvin pointed out the oak tree and the tangled kite, explaining how the street lamp worked like a giant theater light to make the shadows move. They stood together for a moment, watching the branches sway in a slow, peaceful rhythm against the starry sky. Nora led him back through the house, past the mountains of chairs, and through the canyon hallway. When they reached his bed, Ralvin leaned his sword against the post and unknotted his heavy blanket cape, folding it neatly over his chest. He realized that being a knight wasn't just about fighting. It was about looking closely until the scary things became friendly. As he tucked his chin under the covers, he watched the leafy shadows on his wall one last time. He gave the kite shadow a small, tired wave, knowing the old oak tree was just standing guard, keeping watch over the house until the morning sun returned.
Jensina and the Great Pebble Dam. On a golden afternoon behind their house, Jensina and her big brother Hawkwind stood where the garden grass met the rushing Silver Creek. Hawkwind, wearing a coat of many pockets and a tall paper crown, declared they were the great giant builders of the valley. They had spent all morning together, sharing a bowl of tart berries and a big idea. They would protect the tiny, quiet world at the water's edge from the wild, splashing currents that threatened to wash everything away. Jensina knelt in the soft sand and pointed to the City of Moss, a miniature village she had crafted from acorn-cap chimneys and velvet green moss carpets. It sat on a fragile little island, just inches away from the tumbling water, smelling of damp earth and pine. To Jensina, these weren't just bits of forest floor. They were homes that needed a harbor, and she wanted more than anything to keep her tiny citizens dry and safe from the great splash. With a determined huff, Jensina began to stack small, round pebbles into a wall, but the creek was a hungry giant. Every time she placed a smooth white stone, the water snatched it away with a gurgle, sending her hard work tumbling down the stream. Her hands were cold and muddy, and the stakes felt high. The wall collapsed once, then twice, as the water pushed through the gaps, threatening to sweep the acorn-cap houses into the deep, dark woods. Hawkwind saw his sister's lip tremble and knelt beside her in the muck. "Small stones roll, but locking teeth stones stay put," he whispered, pointing to the jagged, triangular rocks near the willow tree. He didn't just fix it for her. Instead, he showed her how to wedge the pointed rocks together like a puzzle. Jensina's eyes brightened as she realized they didn't just need a pile of pebbles. They needed a skeleton of locking teeth to hold the weight of the river. Together, the great builders scoured the grassy bank, hunting for the secret fill of the valley. Jensina gathered handfuls of river wool, thick, tangled strands of green algae, while Hawkwind found sturdy willow sticks and heavy gray clay. They worked in a rhythmic, rolling dance, stuffing the wool into the cracks and weaving the sticks between the larger rocks, turning their leaky fence into a solid, unshakable fortress of stone, fiber, and mud. Suddenly, a rogue wave from a passing breeze sent a heavy splash against their wall, making the top stone wobble and tilt. Jensina held her breath, her fingers tensed in the mud, watching the water swirl around their river wool padding. The dam shivered, but the locking teeth stones held firm, and the clay didn't wash away. The dam stood tall, turning the angry white bubbles into a gentle, swirling mirror. The children let out a triumphant cheer that echoed off the trees, their teamwork stronger than the river. With the harbor finally protected, Jensina carefully launched her fleet of walnut shell boats into the peaceful, still water behind the dam. They bobbed gracefully in the calm, their tiny leaf sails catching the light, safe from the rushing Silver Creek. Hawkwind stood guard with his hands on his hips, his paper crown slightly crooked, watching the tiny ships sail in the quiet sanctuary they had built together with their own 4 muddy hands. As the sun began to dip behind the hills, painting the sky in streaks of peach and violet, a small green frog hopped onto the very top of their great pebble dam. It sat there like a king on a throne, blinking at the walnut boats as the children wiped their hands on the long grass and began the walk back toward the warm lights of their house. Behind them, the city of moss remained perfectly dry, tucked away in the safety of the giant's stone wall. Danila and the floating lantern bridge. In the village of Craggy Doorstep, where houses are carved into the mountain's stony knees, lived a sturdy little orc named Danila. His best friend was Halewyn, a silver-haired elf with ears as pointy as foxgloves. Since they were toddlers, they had been a perfect pair. Danila was strong enough to move boulders, while Halewyn was quick enough to catch falling leaves. Today, they planned to climb to the very top of the echoing peaks to see the great star bloom, a flower that glows like a fallen star. Their guide, a grumpy goat named Cathal, with horns the color of buttered toast, led the way. But when they reached the trail's end, they gasped. The ancient stone bridge had heard a stray breeze and simply floated away, leaving a giant, misty gap between them and the summit. Danila looked at his big, green hands and felt a heavy tug of worry. He was excellent at stacking bricks, but he feared his touch was too clumsy for the delicate magic of the peaks. In this land, the rocks obeyed the rule of weightless whispers. If you spoke a word of genuine kindness to a heavy stone, it would lose its weight and float like a soap bubble for 1 hour. "Don't worry, Danila," Halewyn said, his voice as light as a chime. "We just need to find the runaway stones and talk them back into place." Cathal the goat gave a stubborn, skeptical bleat and pointed his golden horns toward the whispering ravine where the mist swirled like vanilla milk. They found the first stone, snagged high in the branches of a sky oak, looking very lost. Danila reached up, but the branch was too thin for a sturdy orc to climb. Halewyn pulled a pouch of star seeds from his belt and tossed them into the air. They didn't fall, but hung in the sky like tiny, glowing lanterns to light the way. With the grace of a squirrel, Halewyn leaped into the branches. He leaned close to the cold gray stone and whispered a rhythmic charm. "O traveler of the mountain air, find your home and settle there." At once, the stone began to hum. It turned light as a dandelion seed and drifted down, settling softly into Danila's large, careful palms like a sleeping bird. "We need more than one to bridge the clouds," Danila said, looking at the wide, empty sky. Cathal the goat trotted toward a dark, echoing cave where 3 more stones had tucked themselves away. Inside, the air was chilly and smelled of damp moss. These stones were dull and heavy because they hadn't heard a kind word in 100 years. Danila felt a surge of courage. He knelt in the dirt and placed his warm hands on the cold granite, whispering a deep, steady incantation. "You are the foundation, the root, and the rest. Of all the mountain, you are the best." The stones didn't just float, they began to glow with a soft, golden warmth, recognizing the orc's honest heart. As they emerged from the cave, the 4 stones followed them like a parade of giant gray balloons on invisible strings. They returned to the edge of the ravine, where the wind whistled a lonely tune. The gap was wide, and the clouds below looked like a sea of white wool. Halewyn took his long silk scout scarf and wound it around the floating stones, tying them together in a shimmering row. It looked like a bumpy stone snake hovering over the deep, misty drop. But as the wind picked up, the bridge began to wobble and spin. One stone began to drift away as Danila bit his lip, wondering if his rough strength was actually scaring the magic away. "It's too wiggly. I'll tumble right off," Cathal grumbled, his golden horns trembling. Danila realized that strength alone couldn't fix a floating bridge, and magic alone couldn't hold it against the wind. "Halloween, we must harmonize," Danila called. As the elf began a high, musical tenor melody, Danila added his deep, rumbling bass. Their voices met in a physical resonance that made the air shimmer. As their sounds locked together, Danila used his great strength to pull the silk rope tight. Under the power of the balanced song and the steady pull, the stones suddenly clicked into a solid, glowing path that didn't move an inch. Cathal's buttered toast horns began to glow a bright, steady amber, signaling that the path was finally safe. One by one, they tiptoed across the lantern bridge, their footsteps echoing like soft drums. Just as they reached the star-touched summit, the sun dipped behind the world, and the great star bloom began to open. It was a magnificent flower with petals that shimmered in every color of the rainbow: violet, peach, and emerald green. The air smelled of sweet honey and mountain clover. Even grumpy Cathal looked happy as he nibbled on the silver grass at the flower's feet. Danila and Halloween sat shoulder to shoulder, watching the flower cast dancing colors against the darkening sky, feeling the quiet magic of the high places. Danila looked at his hands, no longer feeling clumsy, but capable and kind. He realized that while Halewind provided the spark, it was his own steady strength that had anchored the dream. The bridge they had made together stayed bright, a glowing ribbon of friendship for all the mountain folk to see. Before they started the walk home, Halwyn whispered a secret word to a tiny pebble and pressed it into Danila's hand. The little rock hovered just above his palm, bobbing happily. It was a tiny, weightless reminder that when an orc's heart and an elf's song work together, even the heaviest things in the world can learn to fly.
The staircase that feared morning. Lubomira lived in the narrow blue townhouse at the end of Lantern Lane, where every floorboard had a bedtime sound. She was a quiet child with 2 loose braids, soft blue pajamas, and a moon-shaped lamp she carried whenever the dark felt too large. Most nights she listened from her doorway as the old staircase stretched itself tall and gentle, helping tiny silver dreams climb to the sleeping rooms. The staircase had been her secret friend for as long as she could remember, but that morning, just before the birds began, its warm wooden steps shook at the first thin line of gold beneath the window. "Please do not let morning touch me," whispered the staircase, each stair folding smaller than the last. It tucked its banisters close, curled away from the window and became a little wooden bridge over the puddle of sunlight on the hall floor. The silver dreams, still halfway through their journey, gathered at one end and blinked like sleepy minnows. Lubolmira sat beside the bridge with her lamp in her lap. She remembered how the staircase always waited for her when she needed a brave step at night, so now she waited for it. I thought morning made magic disappear, creaked the staircase as Lubomira touched the first tiny plank with her bare toes and felt it tremble, but not break. Maybe it only changes where the magic sleeps, she said. The golden light slid over the wood grain, turning each line into a small river of honey. Lubomira took one careful step, then another, and the silver dreams followed her across the bridge. When they reached the banister curls, they tucked themselves inside and became quiet pearls of memory. By the time the sun climbed over the windowsill, the hallway was bright enough to see every carved leaf in the banister. The staircase unfolded slowly, taller and taller, until it stood in its proper place with a long, relieved sigh. It looked like ordinary wood again, but Lubomira could see the dream pearls glowing softly inside the curls, safe until night returned. She patted the lowest step and climbed back toward bed. Behind her, the staircase gave one brave, musical creak, not afraid of tomorrow's morning at all. Behind her, the staircase gave one brave, musical creak, not afraid of tomorrow's morning at all. The Moon Whale Who Gathered Stars. Marnie was the smallest moon whale in the blue fall sea, with silver freckles along her fins and a voice so soft that even Bubbles leaned close to hear it. She lived beside the coral clock towers, where the tide bells chimed whenever moonlight touched the water. More than anything, Marnie wanted to help the night keepers, but she was usually given tiny jobs like polishing pearl shells. More than anything, Marnie wanted to help the night keepers, but she was usually given tiny jobs like polishing pearl shells. One midnight, while she swept sand from a sleeping anemone, 3 sparks tumbled from the sky and sank past her nose. The sparks landed emotional color, breathy intimacy, without slowing to a crawl, alive phrasing, do not add or omit words. The sparks landed in the Starfall Garden, a quiet place where red coral curled like teacups and kelp ribbons swayed over white sand. Growing wonder with gentle concern, emphasizing the discovery of many lost stars and the fragile blinking light. Marnie followed their glow and found not 3 stars, but a whole scattered trail, each one blinking as if it had forgotten how to shine. Small, legato, emotional color, breathy intimacy without slowing to a crawl, alive phrasing, do not add or omit words. Ivor, the lantern crab, hurried over with his pearl lamp clutched high, whispering that the stars had fallen too far. His lamp trembled as he warned that if the morning tide forgot their names, they might never climb home. Marnie carried the first star on her broad little head, careful not to let it roll into the urchin grass. She hummed the lullaby her mother used for lost shells, and the star warmed until a tiny sound rang from inside it. Luma. Tegwin, the elder tide turtle, rose from behind a fan of blue sponge and opened one ancient eye. Tegwin said, "A star remembers when someone listens, and if Marnie found their names, the moon road might wake for her." Smooth legato, emotional color, breathy intimacy, without slowing to a crawl, alive phrasing, do not add or omit words. So Marnie, Ivor, and Tegwin searched the garden before the tide bells could chime again. One star was wedged under a sleeping clam and would not move until Ivor told it a silly joke about walking sideways. Another floated above a forest of glassy kelp, too frightened of the dark water below to come down. Marnie did not rush it. She hovered beneath the kelp, hummed softly, and promised to rise with it one fin beat at a time. When the 6th bell rang, the garden dimmed, and the stars began to feel heavier than stones. Magical disappointment, airy and delicate, let the image of the pale swirl feel fragile. The path to the surface should have opened above the pearl arch, but only a pale swirl turned there, thin as breath on glass. Wise concern, calm but serious, never frightening. Tegwin frowned at the current and said the tide was losing the song. Marnie looked at the stars gathered in a net of moonweed, felt her own smallness press around her, and then heard one star brush her cheek and whisper, "You heard us." Marnie understood then that the moon road did not need a louder singer. It needed every remembered name in the right order. She asked Ivor to lift his pearl lamp, asked Tegwin to steady the moonweed net, and placed herself beneath the trembling stars. One by one, she sang their names. Luma, Ori, Saf, Nella, Vey, Corin, Aster, and Minu. With each name, A silver step appeared in the water, rising from the garden toward the wavering moon. The climb was slow, and the sea tried to pull the stars back with sleepy green hands of current. Gentle adventure, flowing tension, keep the currents dreamlike and soft, not scary. The climb was slow, and the sea tried to pull the stars back with sleepy green hands of current. Marnie pushed upward until her fins ached, while Ivor scuttled along the silver steps, and Tegwin guarded the net from drifting shadows. Near the surface, the smallest star slipped free and spun toward a crack in the reef. Marnie dived after it without thinking, caught it in a bubble from her soft voice, and carried it back as dawn colored the waves. At last, the moon road broke through the surface, and the stars sprang into the lavender sky, brighter for having been missed. The tide bells rang in a bright, tumbling chorus that rolled from reef to reef until even the sleepy clams opened their shells. Restful afterglow, slow and tender. Let Marnie floated under the fading moon, tired and shining with reflected gold. Tegwin bowed her mossy head. Ivor clicked his claws in delight, and from that morning on, when small lights went missing, the night keepers called for Marnie first. The third wish for the girl next door. Yaramir did not like the new house yet. Its floors sighed at night, its windows showed unfamiliar trees, and every room smelled of cardboard boxes and rain. Its floors sighed at night, its windows showed unfamiliar trees, and every room smelled of cardboard boxes and rain. While his parents argued gently with a stubborn wardrobe upstairs, Yaramir carried a flashlight down to the basement, hoping to find something that would make the house feel less strange. Behind a stack of dusty paint cans, he found a small wooden box banded with brass, and on its lid his flashlight did not show his face. It showed a shining picture of what he wanted most. When Yaramir touched the lid, the brass bands clicked open one by one. Warm blue smoke poured out, curled around the light bulb, and became a tall, smiling genie with silver freckles and sleeves like drifting curtains. "I am Isolde of the 3 bright wishes," she said, bowing until her smoke trail brushed the floor. "Speak carefully, little finder. The box hears not only words, but the size of the heart behind them." Speak carefully, little finder. The box hears not only words, but the size of the heart behind them. Yaramir barely listened because the picture on the lid had changed into his messy, half-unpacked bedroom. "I wish my room were the best room in the whole house," Yaramir blurted. The basement trembled legato, emotional color, breathy intimacy without slowing to a crawl, alive phrasing. Do not add or omit words. The basement trembled like a drum, and upstairs his bedroom burst into wonders. His books flew into perfect towers. His blanket became a midnight blue canopy, and a tiny indoor slide curved from his bed to the rug. For one dazzling hour, Yaramir slid, bounced, and admired himself in the mirror framed with golden stars. But when he called for his parents to see, the room shut its shining drawers all at once, as if it belonged more to the wish than to him. The silence after the magic felt bigger than the room itself. Restless and embarrassed, with rain-like momentum, Yaramir ran back to the basement with his cheeks hot and his thoughts louder than the rain. "Then I wish everyone on this street would know I am important," he said. "Then I wish everyone on this street would know I am important," he said. Isolde lifted one eyebrow, but she raised her smoky hands, and the second brass band on the box glowed like sunrise. Outside, every gate clicked open, every porch bell chimed, and a crown-shaped ribbon of sparkling light floated above Yaramir's head. Children stared, grown-ups waved, and even the mailboxes bowed, yet nobody asked him to play. By late afternoon, the ribbon felt heavy, and Yaramir wished it would stop shining so brightly. He went into the front garden, where puddles held pieces of gray sky, and heard someone crying on the other side of the hedge. A girl about his age sat on the wet steps next door, holding an empty velvet pouch. "I lost my little brass key." Fragile but clear. Sad without melodrama. "I lost my little brass key," she whispered when Yaramir asked. "It opens my music box, and the song helps me feel brave when everything is new." Her name was Sarsa, and her eyes looked exactly how Yaramir's heart had felt that morning. The box grew warm under Yaramir's arm before he even opened it. On the lid, the shining picture changed again. Not a bigger room, not a brighter ribbon, but Sorcy smiling with both hands around a tiny key. Isolde rose from the blue smoke more softly this time. "One wish remains," she said. "It may lift you higher, or it may open a door for someone else." It may lift you higher, or it may open a door for someone else. Jaromir looked toward his splendid room, then toward the girl on the steps, and the crown-shaped ribbon above his head faded until it was only mist. I wish Syorce's key would come back to her, Jaromir said, and I wish I could help find it. The box answered with a sound like a deep bell underwater. Blue light ran through the garden paths, under fallen leaves, around a cracked flower pot, and into a narrow drain where something brass winked in the dark. Jaromir lay flat on the wet stones and reached carefully with a bent twig while Syorce held the flashlight. When the key slid free, muddy and shining, the last brass band on the box opened like a smile. Smooth legato, emotional color, breathy intimacy without slowing to a crawl, alive phrasing. Source's music box played a small, brave tune in the next-door kitchen, and this time Jaromir was invited to listen. Magical farewell, peaceful and complete. Let the list feel like release, not loss. Isolde's smoke curled once around the lamp and settled back into the wooden box, leaving no crown, no ribbon, and no indoor slide, only a warm blue glimmer between the brass bands. Jaromir still had a new house, a strange street, and many boxes to unpack, but now the windows showed a place where he knew someone's name. That evening, he carried 2 mugs of cocoa to the porch, and when Syorce waved from next door, the house felt as if it had finally waved too. For the first time since moving day, Jaromir wanted tomorrow to come.
The Tree with the Golden Scar. Lev had been allowed to walk to the old forest gate by himself, and he carried that permission as carefully as a cup filled to the brim. The afternoon smelled of pine needles, damp bark, and the little metal lunchbox swinging against his knee. He wanted to prove that he could notice trail marks, remember turns, and come home before the first evening bird called. Beyond the gate, the path bent between ferns and mossy stones until the houses behind him became only a pale square of sky. Then Lev heard rough laughter near a hollow stump, followed by a wet, sticky slap that did not sound like any forest sound at all. He crept closer and saw 2 older boys crouched beside the roots of an enormous tree, spreading black tar from a dented bucket across the living wood. The tree towered above them, with branches wide enough to hold the whole afternoon, and a golden scar ran down its trunk like a line of captured sunlight. Its roots did not lie still like ordinary roots. They rose and dipped under the leaves, making little bridges and tunnels where beetles crossed. The older boys were not cutting the tree, but the tar looked wrong and heavy, sealing the roots under a shiny black skin. One boy laughed that they were making a monster mark, while the other smeared a thick stripe over a place where pale root fibers gently moved. Lev's stomach tightened because he was smaller than both of them and had no wish to be chased through the brambles. Still, the tree gave a faint shudder, and 3 golden seeds dropped soundlessly beside his shoe. Lev remembered the wooden forest rattle hanging from the ranger post near the gate, the one used to call volunteers during trail work. He had picked it up earlier because its handle felt smooth and important, and now he gripped it with both hands. Hiding behind the hollow stump, he struck the rattle against the dry wood. Clack, 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 sharp as a warning. Then he called in his deepest voice, "Ranger sign is coming up the east path." The sound bounced between the trunks, louder than Lev expected, and a jay startled from the branches with a scolding cry. The older boys dropped the tar brush, grabbed their bucket, and ran so fast that black drops spotted the leaves behind them. For a moment, Lev heard only his own breathing and the small tick of tar sliding down the root. Then the golden scar on the trunk brightened, not like fire, but like warm honey held to a window. 2 eyes opened in the bark, deep and amber and very tired, and the great tree said, "Small walker, you have given me a breath." Lev nearly sat down in the moss, but the voice was gentle and old, older than the pathstones and softer than rain. "My name is Velimir," said the tree, "and I have guarded these root roads since the first squirrel forgot where it buried breakfast." That made Lev laugh before he could stop himself, and Velimir's leaves trembled with a sound very much like laughter too. Velimir explained that the black tar had covered 3 breathing roots, and one of them led toward the spring that kept the forest paths clear. If the tar hardened before sunset, the root roads would twist in confusion, and even careful walkers might find themselves circling the same fern patch until dark. Lev wanted to scrape the tar away at once, but Velimir warned him that sticky tar needed grown-up tools, gloves, and patience. Instead, the tree lowered a narrow root like a railing and asked Lev to follow the golden seeds to the ranger station. The forest changed as Lev walked. Moss puffed under his shoes, roots lifted leaves aside, and tiny seed lights blinked ahead like quiet lanterns. Whenever he grew nervous, Velimir whispered through the leaves, "One step, then notice. Another step, then choose." At the ranger station, Signa was sorting maps when Lev burst in with tar on one sleeve and the story tumbling out of him. She did not laugh at the talking tree part, which made Lev like her immediately. She only took a pair of gloves, a wooden scraper, a cloth bag of sand, and a small bottle of safe citrus cleaner from the trail repair shelf. Some people think a prank disappears when they run away,
Signa said, but the forest remembers where help came from. Together, they hurried back, following the seed lights that winked under fern tips and over stones. When Signa saw the golden scar brighten in greeting, she bowed her head as if meeting an old neighbor across a fence. Cleaning the roots took longer than scaring away the boys, and Lev learned that saving something was often slower than stopping the first harm. Sina loosened the tar, while Lev sprinkled sand where she pointed, and Velimir hummed through the roots to keep them steady. The last patch had seeped into a crack near the spring path, so Lev had to crawl under a low arch of roots and pass Signy the dropped brush with 2 careful fingers. As the black smear lifted, water began to murmur somewhere underground, and the root road straightened with a satisfied stretch. Golden seeds rose from the moss and spun around Lev's knees, lighting the safe way back to the main trail. Velimir thanked Signe for her hands and thanked Lev for his noticing, which made him stand a little taller without trying. By sunset, the tree's golden scar glowed softly instead of sharply, and the forest seemed to breathe in long, peaceful waves. Slow, measured pacing, very warm, intimate tone, subtle dynamics, deep, rich, resonant voice. Sainya promised to speak with the boys and their families and to put a proper sign near the great tree, explaining why old roots must never be painted, sealed, or used for games. Lev sat on a root that had become a comfortable bench, sharing the last biscuit from his lunchbox, while Velimir told him which mushrooms looked like umbrellas but were terrible at keeping rain off anyone. Before Lev went home, the tree bent 1 twig low and placed a single golden seed in his palm. "Come walking again," Velimir said, not because the forest needs rescuing every day, but because friends should not meet only during trouble. From then on, whenever Lev reached the old forest gate, 1 golden leaf would turn in the wind, and he would know that somewhere under the path, his ancient friend was smiling. The wall marks that led home. Casimir and Anouk had only been in the city of Bellwether for 1 rainy afternoon, and already it felt as if every street had borrowed another street's face. Their family had rented a little green-doored house beside a clockmaker's shop, but the 2 children had wandered out after lunch to see the striped awnings, the brass street lamps, and the tall houses with painted shutters. Casimir wanted to prove he could remember the way back without asking anyone, while Anouk carried a folded paper map that kept softening in the drizzle. They turned left at a fountain shaped like a sleeping moon, right past a bakery window full of sugared pears, and then followed a lane of blue umbrellas because it looked cheerful. When the umbrellas ended, the clockmaker's bell was nowhere to be heard. The green door, the shop sign, and even the street with the moon fountain had vanished behind a maze of wet stone walls. "We should ask someone," Anouk said, though she tried to say it bravely.
A woman with a red basket passed close enough to hear, and Casimir stepped forward with his best polite voice ready. "Excuse me, could you tell us how to get to Clockmaker's Lane?" He meant to ask, but what came out was, "Excuse me, your basket looks very careful." The woman smiled in surprise, thanked him, and walked on before he could repair the sentence. Anouk tried next with a newspaper seller, but her question folded itself into, "What a fine umbrella stand you have," even though there was no umbrella stand at all. The children stared at each other, and the rain seemed to tick against the cobbles like tiny warning bells. They tested the strange trouble 3 more times because Casimir believed a mystery should be measured before it was feared. To a baker, he said, "Which way is our house?" and heard himself ask whether cinnamon rolls ever dreamed. To a lamplighter, Anouk tried, "Please help us find our street," but her mouth produced a compliment about the polish on his ladder. They could say anything to each other, and they could read shop signs aloud, but every direction question aimed at a stranger bent sideways like a spoon in hot tea. "It is a spell," Anouk whispered, not delighted by being right. Casimir swallowed his worry and looked back along the walls, hoping the city had left them at least one honest clue. On the corner of a narrow alley, Anouk noticed a small silver-blue mark painted low on the brick, 3 dots, a short line, and a curl like a question mark. It sat just above a drain pipe, half hidden by rain, and it shone whenever a cartwheel splashed water over it. Casimir remembered seeing a mark like that near the Sleeping Moon fountain, though he had thought it was only decoration. They searched the next wall and found another one, not identical, but related, with the line leaning toward a passage between 2 yellow houses. "Maybe they point the way people forget," Anouk said. Casimir touched the mark gently, and the wet paint glimmered as if it had been waiting for a child to notice, instead of a grown-up to explain. The marks did not behave like ordinary arrows, which made them harder and more interesting to follow. Some pointed with the short line, some with the open curl, and one mark on a cracked wall had 3 dots arranged like steps, telling them to climb a steep lane where rainwater ran down the middle. Anouk used the soft paper map to blot each mark dry enough to see, while Casimir counted turns under his breath so they would not circle forever. They passed a courtyard of silent stone balconies, a tiny bookshop with no door handle, and a bridge so narrow they had to cross one at a time. Twice, Casimir wanted to ask a passerby anyway, but Anouk caught his sleeve before the spell could twist his words again. "The city is making us use our own eyes," she said, and he did not like that she sounded sensible. At last, the marks led them to a blank wall at the end of a lane, and Casimir's courage slumped like a wet scarf. There was no gate, no corner, no painted curl pointing onward, only ivy and rain and a round metal plate set into the stones. Anouk knelt, wiped the plate with her sleeve, and found the same 3 dots pressed into it, But this time, the dots formed the shape of the sleeping moon's closed eye. "The first place," she breathed. Casimir remembered the fountain, the sugared pears, the blue umbrellas, and the way the clockmaker's bell had sounded before the rain grew loud. They were not meant to follow the marks forward anymore. They were meant to follow their own remembered trail backward. So they turned around with a plan instead of panic. Anouk named each clue before they moved: metal moon eye, narrow bridge, bookshop with no handle, stone balconies, steep lane, yellow houses, drainpipe mark. Casimir repeated the list in rhythm, and soon the city seemed less like a maze and more like a song with difficult verses. When a street split in two, they chose the side where rainwater smelled faintly of cinnamon, and when the blue umbrellas appeared again, they knew they were close. The sleeping moon fountain rose from the mist, enormous and friendly, water sliding down its silver crescent. From there, Casimir finally heard the clockmaker's bell, faint but steady, counting the way home one silver note at a time. They ran the last street together, past the bakery window and the brass lamps, until the little green door sprang into view beside the clockmaker's painted sign. "Home!" Casimir shouted, and Anouk shouted it too, so loudly that a man carrying a stack of parcels nearly dropped the top one. "Please don't shout so loudly in the street," he said, not crossly, only startled. "Sorry," the children said at once, and then both froze, because the word had come out exactly as they meant it. The man smiled and said, "No harm done," and continued on his way, leaving them laughing softly on the doorstep. The spell had lifted, and Bellwether no longer felt like a city that trapped lost children, but like a city that taught them to notice the marks they had been given. The Boy Who Kept the Moon Awake. Life was an ordinary boy who could never fall asleep once the rest of his house had gone quiet. Every night he sat by his window in his striped pajamas, counting the cracks in the ceiling and waiting for a drowsiness that never came. The only thing that kept him company was the moon, round and patient above the rooftops, and he liked to imagine that someone up there was awake too. But on this particular night, the moon looked wrong, thin and gray, as if a lamp were running low on oil. Its light flickered once, then dimmed, and the whole street below sank into a deeper, colder dark. Life pressed his hand to the cold glass and whispered, "Don't go out." "Not you too." As he watched, a single pale beam slipped through the gap in the curtains and lay across his floor like a long silver plank. It was not warm, and it was not cold, but when Leaf set one bare foot upon it, the beam held his weight as surely as a stair. He should have been frightened, and a small part of him was, yet a larger part had been waiting his whole sleepless life for something to finally happen. Step by careful step, he climbed the moonbeam, past the chimney pots, past the dozing pigeons, past the highest kite tangled in the highest tree. The rooftops shrank into a quilt of little squares, and the cold air smelled faintly of candle smoke and frost. By the time he dared to look down, His house was only one glowing window among thousands, and the moon was very close. The moon was not the smooth white coin life had always imagined, but a soft gray country of dunes and shallow craters, each one brimming with pooled, fading light. All across it walked the strangest little people he had ever seen, the moonfolk, no taller than his knee, pale as candle wax, with long lashes and eyes shut tight. They moved in their sleep, arms drifting, bare feet never once stumbling, humming a tune so low that he felt it more than heard it. One of them, smaller than the rest, wandered straight into life's shins and woke with a startled, silver-bright blink. "You're alike," she breathed, as though it were the most astonishing thing in all the sky. "Nobody has been properly awake up here in a very long time. I'm Tindra." Tindra took his hand and led him between the dunes to a wide crater where the oldest of the moonfolk sat, a stooped keeper named Selwyn with a beard like spun fog. "We are the ones who keep the moon alight," Selwyn explained, his voice slow as a turning tide. "Each night we gather the day's stray light into the craters and polish it until it shines down on every dark window below." He showed life a cloth woven from starlight and a crater only half full of dull, sluggish glow. But the keeper's own eyes kept sliding shut between his words, and all around them the moonfolk drifted and dozed, their polishing hands going still. "We have grown too sleepy to finish," Selwyn murmured, "and a moon that is not tended is a moon that goes dark." Life understood then why the moon had flickered from his window. The keepers were falling asleep at their own work. He watched Tindra try her hardest, scrubbing at a crater with her little cloth, only to yawn and slump against its rim halfway through a stroke. Far below, through a thin gap in the silver floor, he could see the earth slowly turning, its towns and harbors, and one small striped house all sliding into a thick, moonless black. Babies who would not be soothed, sailors who had lost the shine on the water, children just like him who lay awake with nothing kind to look at. Each time a crater dimmed, another patch of the world went dark, and the moonfolk were simply too tired to keep up. Tindra's eyes fluttered closed, and the light beneath her hands began to die. Then life felt the old familiar restlessness rise in him, the wide-awake feeling that had kept him at his window every single night, and all at once it did not feel like a curse. "I can't sleep," he said slowly, the words turning from a complaint into something almost like a promise. "I have never once been able to sleep on the nights I most wanted to." Tindra's eyes opened a careful crack. "Then you," she whispered, "are the most useful boy in the entire sky." He rolled up his striped sleeves, lifted the cloth of starlight from Selwyn's loosening fingers, and knelt down at the nearest fading crater. For the first time in his whole life, being the only one still awake felt exactly right. So life set to work the way that only a sleepless boy ever could. He polished crater after crater until the light pooled deep and bright, and he moved among the drifting moonfolk like a gentle shepherd, steadying each sleepwalker before they could wander off a ledge. When Tindra dozed, he hummed their low tune back to her until she found her hands again. When Selwyn nodded off, life simply carried the cloth to the next dim hollow himself. One by one, the craters woke, brimming and silver, and the moon swelled with a glow it had not held in many months. Tindra laughed and spun, wide awake at last, and even old Selwyn lifted his foggy head to watch the light come racing back. Far below them, window after window after window caught the brightening moon and turned a soft, sleepy gold. When the last crater was full, the moon shone so strongly that the silver beam to Life's window grew solid and clear again, and Tendra walked him gently to its edge. "You don't have to stay awake all alone anymore," she said. "Whenever you can't sleep, just look up, and we'll be the ones keeping your night soft." Life climbed back down the moonbeam, past the kite and the pigeons and the chimney pots, and slipped through his own curtains as the sky began to pale. He still did not feel sleepy, not even now, but for once he did not mind at all. He sat by his window in his striped pajamas and looked up at the full, faithful moon, knowing that the same light was falling on his mother's room, on the harbor, on every wakeful child in the world, and that far above it all, a small friend with starlit eyes was awake and thinking of him too. The room that became a garden. Leora was an ordinary girl with ordinary socks, ordinary homework, and a bedroom that usually looked exactly the way she had left it. On that rainy evening, her older sister, Lori, was humming in the kitchen while the kettle clicked and sighed. Leora sat cross-legged on her rug, trying to tape a torn corner back onto her nature notebook, but every strip curled away from her fingers. She had been quiet all day because Lori had packed 2 boxes for a weekend move to a new room across the hall, and Leora did not like how even small changes made familiar things feel slippery. The rain tapped the window in patient little beats. Then the wallpaper beside her bed gave a soft green shiver, and one painted leaf slowly unfolded into a real one. Leora held very still, with the tape stuck to her thumb and her mouth open in a small round O. Another leaf opened, then another, until pale vines crept along the wall without tearing the paper at all. The blue rug under her knees puffed up into moss, soft and springy, and the wooden legs of her desk grew freckles of gold lichen. From under the bed came a sound like someone trying to whistle through a thimble. Leora lifted the blanket and found a swirl of silver-green air, no bigger than a kitten, tangled in a shoelace and trembling with tiny sparks. "Please do not shout," whispered the little wind. "My name is Iskra, and I have lost the way to spring." Leora wanted to run for Lori, but the bedroom door had become a curtain of hanging fern. Beyond it, she could still hear the kitchen cups clinking, which made the magic feel even stranger. "This is my room," Leora said, though she was not entirely sure anymore. Iskra sneezed, and the sneeze sent 3 daisy buds popping open along the skirting board. The little wind explained that every spring breeze had a path to follow, over puddles, through budding branches, across windows left open for fresh air. But Iskra had slipped through Leora's cracked window, bumped into the storm, and fallen into the wrong kind of stillness. "If I cannot find the living gate before the kettle sings twice," Iskra said, "the first warm morning will arrive late." Leora did not know how to guide a wind, especially one that sparked when it worried. She tugged at the shoelace, but the knot tightened, and the fern curtain rustled sharply, as if the room itself had flinched. Iskra faded from silver green to a thin, pale gray. Leora stopped pulling at once and remembered how Lori always loosened knots by holding them gently first. She took one slow breath,
then another, matching the rain's patient tapping on the glass.
When she touched the knot again, she did not yank. She made a little space, waited, and eased one loop free. The shoelace slipped open, and the mossy rug brightened beneath them like a small sunrise. Once Iskra was loose, the room garden began to reveal clues. The lamp became a glowing bellflower that leaned toward the bookshelf, where a row of picture books had sprouted thumbnail leaves. Leora followed the glow and found beetle-sized stepping stones between her slippers, each one marked with a drop of rain. Iskra tried to rush ahead, but every time the little wind darted too quickly, the leaves folded shut and the path disappeared. "Maybe it wants us to go carefully," Leora said. That sounded too simple to be magic, but the moment she said it, a drawer slid open by itself and released the scent of warm soil. Inside, her colored pencils had become straight little reeds pointing toward the desk. Under the desk, where Leora usually kept a box of mismatched craft scraps, there was now a tiny archway woven from roots. It was just tall enough for Iskra, but the opening was crossed by 3 sleeping stems with pearl-white buds. "Wake them," Iskra whispered. Leora almost clapped, then stopped herself because the buds looked like babies dreaming. Instead, she hummed the tune Lori had been humming in the kitchen, soft enough that only the underside of the desk could hear. One bud opened, then the second, then the third, each releasing a speck of golden pollen into Iskra's spinning body. The archway widened until Leora could see beyond it, not the wall, but a miniature meadow under a dawn-colored sky. The meadow should have been Iskra's way home, but a dark rain cloud, no larger than a pillow, sat stubbornly in the opening. It was heavy with all the hurry Leora had felt that day. Hurry to be fine, hurry to like the new room plan, hurry not to miss the way things used to be. Iskra blew at it and bounced backward with a frightened squeak. Leora understood then that patience was not doing nothing. It was staying near long enough to help something change. She took the torn corner of her nature notebook, folded it into a small paper boat, and set it on the moss. "You can carry the extra rain," she told the cloud, and waited while one drop, then another, fell into the boat until the cloud became light enough to drift aside. Iskra spun through the root archway, bright again, but before vanishing into the tiny meadow, the little wind circled back to brush Leora's cheek. "When your room changes," Iskra whispered, "listen for the path before you fear it." The garden folded itself away slowly. Moss became rug, vines became wallpaper, and the bellflower lamp returned with one green leaf still tucked behind its shade. Lori knocked and opened the door just as the kettle sang for the second time. "There you are," she said. "Your room smells like rain and grass." Leora smiled, pressed the repaired notebook flat under her palm, and looked at the open window, where a single warm breeze was already teaching the curtain how to dance. The Honey Heart Feast. Andira was the kind of girl who could not walk past a trail of anything without following it, and on that gold and honey evening, the trail was berries. One ripe blueberry, then another, lay along the meadow grass like dropped buttons, leading toward the great old tree at the meadow's edge, where the light pooled warmest. She had wandered out after supper, only meaning to watch the fireflies wake, but the berries pulled her on, one round clue at a time, until she knelt before a low arch of roots no taller than her knee. Inside the arch glowed a string of tiny lanterns, each one no bigger than a thimble, and the smell that drifted out was warm bread and sweet jam and something like a held breath. Ira meant only to peek, but the arch breathed open around her. The hollow swelled wide and cozy, and somehow she fit just right, guest-sized and small as a teacup, standing inside a room dressed for a party. Yet the party was strangely quiet. Long tables wound through the hollow, half laid with leaf plates and acorn cups beneath drooping garlands, and not one of the small round bears bustling in the corners would so much as look at the others. For a moment, Ira stood very still, certain she had wandered somewhere she did not belong, and her cheeks went hot with the old worry of being in the way. Then a small voice piped up by her shoe. "You followed my berries!" Peering out from behind a tipped-over acorn cup was the littlest bear Ira had ever seen, round as a fresh bun, with one ear that folded over and eyes like polished chestnuts. "I'm Nola," the little bear said, holding up a single blueberry as though presenting a crown jewel. "I dropped them all the way to the meadow so a guest might come, and one did." Nola caught Ira's hand in two soft paws and tugged her down the long hall of tables, pointing out the leaf plates and the honey straws and the berry cakes and the wide empty place of honor at the table's head, where, she said, the most important thing of all was meant to sit. When Nola pressed a warm berry cake into Ira's hands, Ira tried to give it back. "I shouldn't, it's your feast food," but Nola only laughed and folded Ira's fingers around it. "A feast isn't a feast," she said, without a guest to share it with. But as they walked, Ira began to see that the hollow was split clean down the middle, like a torn page. On one side huddled a knot of bears she came to think of as the keepers, each hugging a clay jar tight to its chest and eyeing the others sideways. On the other side stood the givers, gathered glumly around a big empty sharing pot that should have brimmed with everyone's best, and did not. Nola's good cheer faded as she explained. Every year, the Great Berry Feast began the same way, with the opening of the honey heart, the oldest, sweetest jar in the hollow, made from the very first berries of the very first feast, and handed down ever since. But this year old Bevan, the honey heart's keeper, had latched it behind its little gate, and would not bring it out, and so the village had quarreled and split, some clutching their own jars in case there was never, ever enough again. At the head of the hall, before a small carved shrine, stood Bevan himself, a broad, gray-muzzled bear with kind, tired eyes, guarding a single amber jar whose glow had gone thin and faint as a dying coal. The longer Ira stood in the hushed hollow, the colder it seemed to grow, for without the honey heart's opening, no bear would lift a spoon, and the little thimble lanterns guttered lower as the evening wore on. On the wall above the shrine, someone long ago had painted the feast as it used to be, the honey heart blazing like a small sun in its keeper's paws, light spilling cup to cup down a table crowded with bears laughing shoulder to shoulder. Ira looked from the bright painting to the dim jar beneath it and felt a quiet wrongness, the way you notice a favorite song gone flat. "Why has it faded so?" she whispered, and an old bear nearby murmured the answer like a half-forgotten rhyme. "The honey heart grows sweet by giving and dims by keeping. That is its only law." Bevan heard, and his shoulders stiffened, and he turned his face away as if the words pinched him. He had kept the jar safe and shut for one whole long year, certain he was protecting it, and all that careful year, Ira understood, it had been quietly going out.
Ira's heart beat hard, but she thought she understood now, and she could not keep quiet. "Please," she said to the gathered bears, her voice small in the big hollow, "if the honey heart only stays sweet by being shared, then keeping it shut is what's hurting it. Open it, pour it out, and trust." For one breath, the whole hollow listened. Then a stout keeper sniffed and waved a paw. "And who are you?" "Not even from this hollow." "There's scarcely enough for us bears, never mind a wandered-in guest telling us to empty our jars." Bevan said nothing at all, which somehow stung worse, and he only drew the little gate a touch closer over the fading jar. Ira backed away with her cheeks burning and the old fear rising up that she had been in the way all along, and she sank down beside Nola in the dimmest corner of the table. "I'm not even one of you," she whispered. "Why would they listen to me?" Nola leaned a warm round shoulder against her and said nothing, because sometimes there is nothing to say, only someone to sit close. In her lap, still warm, sat the little berry cake Nola had pressed on her, the only thing in all this hollow that was truly hers to give. Ira turned it over in her fingers and thought about her own words: open it, pour it out, and trust. It was easy, she saw, to tell someone else to be brave with what was theirs. So Ira stood, walked the long, quiet length of the table to the empty sharing pot, and set her whole berry cake gently down inside it. "I don't have much, and I'm only a guest," she said, loud enough to carry, "but a feast is for sharing, so I'll go first." For a moment, nothing happened, and her face went hot all over again. Then Nola scampered up and dropped in her own last berry. A small giver added a honey straw, another laid in 3 candied seeds, and where the gifts touched at the bottom of the pot, a faint warm light began to glow, as if the sharing itself had struck a spark. Bevan watched the little light wake in the bottom of the pot, and something in his tired face began to loosen. He crossed to the shrine slowly, as though his paws had grown heavy with a whole year of keeping, and rested them on the latch of the little gate. "I was so afraid of losing it," he said, "that I never noticed I was letting it die." Then, while the whole hollow held its breath, old Bevan lifted out the honey heart, tipped it gently, and let a single dim drop fall into Nola's waiting cup. The drop touched the cup, and the honey heart flared awake like a coal caught by a fresh wind, brighter and brighter, light leaping from Nola's cup to the next and the next, racing down the long table until every acorn cup brimmed and shone. And the jar in Bevan's paws did not empty at all. It glowed fuller and warmer than before, the way a candle loses nothing by lighting 100 others. After that, the great berry feast began, just the way the old painting remembered it. Keepers unstoppered their hugged-tight jars and poured them into the sharing pot. Givers heaped the leaf plates high, and the 2 torn halves of the hollow knitted back together shoulder to shoulder, laughing, until you truly could not tell who had stood on which side. Bevan led Ira to the place of honor at the table's head and set a tiny amber jar of her very own beside her plate, for the guest who reminded an old bear how the honey heart stays sweet. Nola climbed into her lap with sticky paws and a stickier grin, and Ira, who had been so sure she was only in the way, understood at last that a guest is not someone who takes a feast's food, but someone a feast is glad to grow for. When the lanterns at last burned low and warm, Ira slipped back out through the root arch into the meadow, the little jar glowing softly in her cupped hands. She looked back once at the bright, full hollow,
Then out at the fireflies waking across the dark grass, each one, she thought, like a cup of light passed on, and she walked home through the meadow smiling, carrying her small share of the feast the whole way.
The station not on any map. Calder was a grown man who had forgotten how to stand still. He arrived at the little country station the way he did everything, late, hurrying, his coat half-buttoned and his mind 3 stops ahead, and watched the red lights of his real train slide away into the dusk and the soft, steady rain. The platforms were nearly empty, glazed amber by the old brass lamps, and somewhere down the far end, an old machinist named Oswin tipped his cap to him, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world. Calder had no time at all, or so he always felt, and he was too tired to wonder why a man could feel so rushed with nowhere left to go. On a forgotten side track sat one last carriage, cold and dark and going nowhere, its green and cream paint worn soft with years. Just to rest his legs, just for a minute, Calder climbed aboard, sank into a dusty seat, and let his heavy eyes fall shut, never noticing that this was the wrong train, the one that wasn't leaving at all. He did not feel the moment the rain went quiet. When Calder opened his eyes, the cold carriage had turned warm and golden, and the dusty old lamp above his seat was glowing as if a small star had moved in. Out of that brass lantern uncurled a tiny spark with a friendly shape, a lamp spirit named Vireo, no bigger than a sparrow and made entirely of gentle light. "You looked like someone who needed to go somewhere," Vireo said, hovering close, "so the carriage woke up to take you." Beneath them, the wheels gave a long, happy sigh. The dead rails fell away like a dropped ribbon, and the whole carriage lifted softly into a sky the color of warm honey. Calder gripped his seat and laughed in spite of himself, the first real laugh he could remember in a long while. The carriage drifted down to a platform where everything moved as slowly as honey off a spoon, and a glowing board above it read one single word: patience. "Wonderful. How long does the stop take? When do we leave?" Calder asked at once, already on his feet, already pacing, already hunting for the quickest way on. But the wheels would not turn, for this train ran not on rails but on what its passenger truly wanted, and all Calder seemed to want was to be somewhere else. Vireo dimmed a little and said gently, "It will only move when you no longer need it to." So Calder made himself sit. He listened to the slow rain of light, watched a single leaf take a whole minute to fall, and felt his hurry loosen like a knot. And as it did, the gray platform ballooned all over with quiet flowers, and the carriage rolled happily on. The next station glittered before they even slowed, its board shining the word Wonder above a platform crowded with small, ordinary marvels. Vireo led him along it like a guide through a museum of forgotten things. A bottle that played the exact tune Calder used to hum as a boy, a puddle that held the whole sky, a warm little scene of a stranger once stopping in the rain to share an umbrella with him. "These are not new," Vireo said softly. "They are only the things you stopped noticing." Calder went quiet, and his eyes, tired for so long, grew wide and round as a child's. He had spent years rushing past a world that had been quietly full of wonders the whole time, and the carriage seemed to glow a little brighter the moment he understood it. Then the honey sky thinned to gray, and the carriage slid into a long, hushed stretch of fog where there was no platform and no board at all, a place with no name. Old doubts crept back with the cold. This was only a dream, Calder told himself, foolish and unreal, and perhaps he should simply stop, climb down, and stand still in the nowhere he already knew. As the thought hardened, the wheels slowed and dragged. The warm light leaked out of everything, and Vireo shrank to a trembling spark barely brighter than a coal. "I can carry you," the little spirit whispered, "but I cannot want for you." The fog pressed close and patient, waiting to see what the tired man would choose. For a long moment, the carriage hung still in the gray, going nowhere at all, exactly like the train he had boarded. But Calder, who had run from so much his whole life, found that he did not want to run from this. He closed his eyes and, for the first time in years, asked himself plainly where he truly wished to be, not the next stop, not the far-off somewhere, but a place where he could finally feel at home inside his own evening. The moment he named it, even silently, Vireo blazed up like a struck match, and the whole carriage rang like a bell. The fog tore open into ribbons. 2 bright rails of pure light unspooled across the dark, and the wheels caught them and sang. "Hold on," Vireo laughed, brilliant again. "Now it knows where to go." And the carriage leapt forward through a vast and tender sky, faster and gladder than any real train, chasing a warm glow on the far horizon. At last, the carriage glided into the brightest station of all, where the board shone a single warm word, home, though it looked less like a place than like a feeling made of light. Calder stepped onto the golden platform and saw, shining at the far end of it, his own small ordinary evening. The rainy country station, the amber lamps, the quiet he had been too hurried to love. "You see now," Vireo said, settling on his shoulder like a warm coal. "The train could never take you anywhere you could not already reach. It only came to remind you how." Somewhere, a long, low horn began to sound, soft at first, then nearer, then changing, until it was less a whistle than a kind voice calling him by name. The golden light thinned, sweet and slow, and Vireo's glow folded gently back toward the old brass lamp. "Wake up, friend," the little spirit whispered. "Wake up and bring this with you." Calder opened his eyes to a cold, dark, perfectly still carriage and a gentle hand on his shoulder. Old Oswin the machinist stood over him with a swinging lantern, smiling under his cap. "Easy now, friend. You've taken the wrong train," he said kindly. "This old carriage isn't going anywhere today. She hasn't left this track in years. You've made a small mistake, that's all." And just like that, Calder understood. There had been no honey sky, no feeling-named stations, no Vireo. None of it had been real. Only a dream dreamed on a train that never moved. Yet when he stepped down onto the rain-bright platform, he did not feel cheated. He felt, strangely, quietly awake. He stood a while in the soft amber rain, listening to it, watching the lamps, humming an old half-remembered tune, and walked home at last unhurried, carrying the one true thing the dream had come to give him.
The Honey Heart Feast. Andira was the kind of girl who could not walk past a trail of anything without following it, and on that gold and honey evening, the trail was berries. One ripe blueberry, then another, lay along the meadow grass like dropped buttons, leading toward the great old tree at the meadow's edge, where the light pooled warmest. She had wandered out after supper, only meaning to watch the fireflies wake, but the berries pulled her on, one round clue at a time, until she knelt before a low arch of roots, no taller than her knee. Inside the arch glowed a string of tiny lanterns, each one no bigger than a thimble. and the smell that drifted out was warm bread and sweet jam and something like a held breath. Ira meant only to peek, but the arch breathed open around her. The hollow swelled wide and cozy, and somehow she fit just right, guest-sized and small as a teacup, standing inside a room dressed for a party. Yet the party was strangely quiet. Long tables wound through the hollow, half laid with leaf plates and acorn cups beneath drooping garlands, and not one of the small round bears bustling in the corners would so much as look at the others. For a moment, Ira stood very still, certain she had wandered somewhere she did not belong, and her cheeks went hot with the old worry of being in the way. Then a small voice piped up by her shoe. "You followed my berries!" Peering out from behind a tipped-over acorn cup was the littlest bear Ira had ever seen, round as a fresh bun, with one ear that folded over and eyes like polished chestnuts. "I'm Nola," the little bear said, holding up a single blueberry as though presenting a crown jewel. "I dropped them all the way to the meadow so a guest might come, and one did." Nola caught Ira's hand in two soft paws and tugged her down the long hall of tables, pointing out the leaf plates and the honey straws and the berry cakes and the wide empty place of honor at the table's head, where, she said, the most important thing of all was meant to sit. When Nola pressed a warm berry cake into Ira's hands, Ira tried to give it back. "I shouldn't, it's your feast food," but Nola only laughed and folded Ira's fingers around it. "A feast isn't a feast," she said, without a guest to share it with. But as they walked, Ira began to see that the hollow was split clean down the middle, like a torn page. On one side huddled a knot of bears she came to think of as the keepers, each hugging a clay jar tight to its chest and eyeing the others sideways. On the other side stood the givers, gathered glumly around a big empty sharing pot that should have brimmed with everyone's best, and did not. Nola's good cheer faded as she explained. Every year, the Great Berry Feast began the same way, with the opening of the honey heart, the oldest, sweetest jar in the hollow, made from the very first berries of the very first feast, and handed down ever since. But this year old Bevan, the honey heart's keeper, had latched it behind its little gate, and would not bring it out, and so the village had quarreled and split, some clutching their own jars in case there was never, ever enough again. At the head of the hall, before a small carved shrine, stood Bevan himself, a broad, gray-muzzled bear with kind, tired eyes, guarding a single amber jar whose glow had gone thin and faint as a dying coal. The longer Ira stood in the hushed hollow, the colder it seemed to grow, for without the honey heart's opening, no bear would lift a spoon, and the little thimble lanterns guttered lower as the evening wore on. On the wall above the shrine, someone long ago had painted the feast as it used to be, the honey heart blazing like a small sun in its keeper's paws, light spilling cup to cup down a table crowded with bears laughing shoulder to shoulder. Ira looked from the bright painting to the dim jar beneath it and felt a quiet wrongness, the way you notice a favorite song gone flat. "Why has it faded so?" she whispered, and an old bear nearby murmured the answer like a half-forgotten rhyme. "The honey heart grows sweet by giving and dims by keeping. That is its only law." Bevan heard, and his shoulders stiffened, and he turned his face away as if the words pinched him. He had kept the jar safe and shut for one whole long year, certain he was protecting it, and all that careful year, Ira understood, it had been quietly going out. Ira's heart beat hard, but she thought she understood now, and she could not keep quiet. "Please," she said to the gathered bears, her voice small in the big hollow, "if the honey heart only stays sweet by being shared, then keeping it shut is what's hurting it. Open it, pour it out, and trust." For one breath, the whole hollow listened. Then a stout keeper sniffed and waved a paw. "And who are you?" "Not even from this hollow." "There's scarcely enough for us bears, never mind a wandered-in guest telling us to empty our jars." Bevan said nothing at all, which somehow stung worse, and he only drew the little gate a touch closer over the fading jar. Era backed away with her cheeks burning and the old fear rising up that she had been in the way all along, and she sank down beside Nola in the dimmest corner of the table. "I'm not even one of you," she whispered. "Why would they listen to me?" Nola leaned a warm round shoulder against her and said nothing, because sometimes there is nothing to say, only someone to sit close. In her lap, still warm, sat the little berry cake Nola had pressed on her, the only thing in all this hollow that was truly hers to give. Era turned it over in her fingers and thought about her own words: open it, pour it out, and trust. It was easy, she saw, to tell someone else to be brave with what was theirs. So Era stood, walked the long, quiet length of the table to the empty sharing pot, and set her whole berry cake gently down inside it. "I don't have much, and I'm only a guest," she said, loud enough to carry, "but a feast is for sharing, so I'll go first." For a moment, nothing happened, and her face went hot all over again. Then Nola scampered up and dropped in her own last berry. A small giver added a honey straw, another laid in 3 candied seeds, and where the gifts touched at the bottom of the pot, a faint warm light began to glow, as if the sharing itself had struck a spark. Bevan watched the little light wake in the bottom of the pot, and something in his tired face began to loosen. He crossed to the shrine slowly, as though his paws had grown heavy with a whole year of keeping, and rested them on the latch of the little gate. "I was so afraid of losing it," he said, "that I never noticed I was letting it die." Then, while the whole hollow held its breath, old Bevan lifted out the honey heart, tipped it gently, and let a single dim drop fall into Nola's waiting cup. The drop touched the cup, and the honey heart flared awake like a coal caught by a fresh wind, brighter and brighter, light leaping from Nola's cup to the next and the next, racing down the long table until every acorn cup brimmed and shone. And the jar in Bevan's paws did not empty at all. It glowed fuller and warmer than before, the way a candle loses nothing by lighting 100 others. After that, the great berry feast began, just the way the old painting remembered it. Keepers unstoppered their hugged-tight jars and poured them into the sharing pot. Givers heaped the leaf plates high, and the 2 torn halves of the hollow knitted back together shoulder to shoulder, laughing until you truly could not tell who had stood on which side. Bevan led Ira to the place of honor at the table's head and set a tiny amber jar of her very own beside her plate, for the guest who reminded an old bear how the honey heart stays sweet. Nola climbed into her lap with sticky paws and a stickier grin, and Ira, who had been so sure she was only in the way, understood at last that a guest is not someone who takes a feast's food, but someone a feast is glad to grow for. When the lanterns at last burned low and warm, Era slipped back out through the root arch into the meadow, the little jar glowing softly in her cupped hands. She looked back once at the bright, full hollow, then out at the fireflies waking across the dark grass, each one, she thought, like a cup of light passed on, and she walked home through the meadow smiling, carrying her small share of the feast the whole way. Three jumps before dusk. On the warm green edge of the forest, where the tall grass leaned gold in the morning sun, lived three young hare brothers who looked exactly alike, except for one bright difference. Yannick's ears and little tail were soft blue, Radek's were snowy white, and Sava's were sunny yellow, so their mother could always find them from clear across the meadow. The brothers were small and round-cheeked, but they could do something wonderful. They could leap. Yannick jumped the highest, springing up as if he wanted to touch the clouds. Radek jumped the farthest, sailing over the grass in long, smooth arcs, and clever little Sava jumped in quick, tricky zigzags that nobody could follow. That morning, as they nibbled the sweet clover, a long red shadow slid through the grass, and three pairs of ears went stiff and tall. The shadow belonged to a fox, lean and rust red, with a smile full of small white teeth. "Good morning, little hoppers," she purred, creeping closer through the clover. "Come and play with me." But the brothers did not wait to answer. Yannick shot straight up into the air, so the startled fox snapped at nothing but sky. Radek soared away in one enormous leap and landed far across the meadow. And Sava darted left, then right, then left again, until the fox's nose was spinning in dizzy circles. By the time she shook her head clear, all three colored tails, blue, white, and yellow, were already bobbing safely over the far green hill. Behind a mossy log, the brothers tumbled together, laughing and out of breath. "Did you see her nose go round and round?" giggled Sava, twitching his yellow ears. "Did you see how high I flew?" said Yannick, still pointing proudly at the sky. Radek, the eldest, licked a little scratch on Yannick's paw and reminded them gently to stay close, because the meadow was wide and the day was long. They shared a breakfast of clover and warm sunlight, and for a while the whole world felt soft and safe. But the brothers were proud of their fast feet now, and being proud, they did not notice how far they had wandered from home. By midday, the sun stood high and white, and the soft grass gave way to open ground where a gray wolf was waiting. He was bigger than the fox and far quicker, and he came at them low and silent, like a stone rolling downhill. This time, there was no moment for clever tricks. "Jump!" cried Radek, and the brothers scattered. Yannick bursting upward, Radek stretching forward, Sava zigzagging through the thistles. The wolf chased and chased, his jaws clicking close behind their heels, until at last the three hares dove into a tangle of brambles where he was far too big to follow. They had escaped again, but the wild run had flung them far apart, each brother alone on a different side of the field. Now, the meadow did not feel like a playground at all. Yannick crouched trembling under a fern, Sava hid deep inside a hollow root, and Radek pressed himself flat behind a cool gray stone, and not one of them could see the others. Their fast feet had each carried them to safety, yet alone, every brother felt small and frightened as the long shadows of afternoon began to creep across the grass. Radek, the eldest, understood at first. Their leaps had saved them 3 times, but leaping apart had left them lost. Very softly, so only his brothers might hear, he began to thump the ground, their old signal that meant, "Come back, come together." One by one, blue, yellow, and white ears rose above the grass and found their way back to each other. As the sun sank low and orange, the brothers crept toward home along a chuckling stream, and there, blocking the only path, stood a bear. He was huge and slow and shaggy, but he spread his great arms wide, so there was nowhere left to run, with deep water on one side and a steep rocky bank on the other. For the first time all day, fast feet were no help at all. The bear did not need to be quick, only patient. Yannick looked up at the high bank, Roddick measured the wide stream with his eyes, and Sava studied the slippery stepping stones in the water. "We cannot outrun him," whispered Radek. "So this time we go together, one jump after another, each of us doing what he does best." So they did. Sava went first, zigzagging right under the bear's nose, this way and that, until the big shaggy head swung dizzily after him and the heavy paws slipped in the mud. In that very moment, Yannick sprang his highest leap, up and up onto the steep rocky bank, then turned to call his brothers on. Quick as a thought, Sava bounced back from stone to stone across the stream, light as a skipped pebble. And last of all, Roddick gathered every bit of his strength and made the farthest leap of his life, sailing clear over the water to land safe beside them both. The bear could only blink at 3 small tails, blue, white, and yellow, vanishing up the darkening hill. Home at last, under the first soft stars, the 3 brothers flopped down together in their cozy hollow, warm and safe and wonderfully tired. They had met a fox, a wolf, and a bear in a single long day, and not one of them had been caught. Yannick knew now that the highest jump was not the bravest thing he could do. Roddick knew that his farthest leap meant the most when it carried him toward his brothers. And Sava knew that being clever was best when it was clever for all 3. "Tomorrow," yawned Sava, his yellow ears drooping sleepily, "we stay together." And as the moon rose over the quiet meadow, blue, white, and yellow ears leaned softly against one another, and the brothers fell asleep, certain that whatever came, they would always meet it side by side. The Boy Under the Dry Sky. Whiston lived above a little bakery on Briarbell Street, where the morning smelled of warm rolls, bus smoke, and rain on stone. He was a boy with a smile that arrived before his words. Not a noisy grin, but a small, bright curve that made people feel he had saved them a place beside him. His mother, Rowena, said his smile was like opening a curtain, though she also reminded him that curtains could not fix every dark room. One Monday, as Whiston carried a paper bag of buns to school, rain began falling from a sky that had no clouds at all. It did not fall everywhere. It fell in tidy little showers over certain heads, over a man staring at his shoes, over a woman gripping a cold coffee, and over old Ayufi at the flower stall, whose violets trembled under a cloud no wider than a hat. Whiston looked down at his own dry sleeves and saw that not a single drop had touched him. At first, he thought the city had made a mistake, the way buses sometimes stopped at the wrong corner. He stepped under the dripping cloud of a frowning cyclist, but the rain slid around him as if he stood beneath invisible glass. At the crossing, he smiled at a baby in a pram, and the baby's little cloud puffed itself into silver mist. Near the bus stop, Tamsin the driver sat behind her wide window with rain tapping only on the glass above her head, though the rest of the bus was dry. Whiston waved both hands, crossed his eyes, and made his most ridiculous fish face. A few passengers laughed, Tamsin's mouth twitched, and her rain thinned to a sprinkle. By lunchtime, Whiston was almost certain he had found the rule. Smiles kept the strange rain away. So Whiston became busy with happiness. He grinned at the baker who had burned a tray of rolls, told a silly rhyme to a boy whose shoelace snapped, and bowed like a stage actor to a woman who had dropped oranges across the pavement. Some clouds shrank at once, and Whiston felt taller each time, as though he were carrying a secret patch of blue sky in his chest. But then he saw Rowena through the bakery window, smiling politely at a customer while a tiny rain cloud soaked one sleeve of her cardigan. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes looked far away. Later, a boy outside school showed all his teeth in a hard, bright grin while rain ran down his cheeks like window trails. Whiston's certainty wobbled. Perhaps the weather was not listening to mouths at all. After school, he found Aifa sitting beside her flower stall with her umbrella closed in her lap. Her cloud rained so softly that every petal shone, yet she did not look at the flowers. Whiston began to raise his eyebrows and make another fish face, but something in Aifa's tired hands stopped him. Instead, he asked, "Is there something heavy today?" Aifa blinked, surprised, and told him that the wind had knocked over her best pots before dawn, and she had been too weary to stand them up again. Whiston set down his school bag, lifted the pots one by one, and listened while she spoke about mornings that felt longer than they should. When Ivy finally smiled, it was small and slow and real. Her rain became a glittering mist that watered the violets and left her shoulders dry. The next morning, Whiston tried to be wiser, but being wiser was harder than being funny. At the bus stop, Tamsin's cloud had grown dark and low, and drops drummed on the brim of her cap. "Smile, Tamsin!" Whiston called, too quickly. "It works if you smile." Tamsin looked at him through the bus window, and for the first time, her face did not soften at all. The rain over her head grew heavier, and one cold drop landed on Whiston's nose. He touched it in astonishment. He had been smiling, but the smile felt tight, like a ribbon tied around a box with nothing inside. The dry sky over him had not vanished because he was sad. It had opened because he had stopped noticing. Whiston climbed onto the bus and sat in the front seat without making another joke. "People were cross before breakfast," Tamsin said quietly, "and every one of them handed me a piece of their hurry." Whiston nodded, watching rain bead on the ticket machine and vanish before it reached the floor. At the next stop, he helped a man fold a stroller, picked up a dropped glove, and asked the passengers to leave a little room for those still climbing aboard. Rowena, who had come to meet him, bought Tamsin a paper cup of tea from the bakery window. No one laughed loudly. No one shouted, "Be happy!" But when the bus pulled away, Tamsin's cloud lifted into a pale ribbon of steam, and a warm, dry circle spread across the front seats. By Friday, Whiston no longer hunted for smiles, as if they were buttons to press. He looked for bent shoulders, hurried hands, quiet faces, and people pretending they were perfectly fine. He helped Ivy chalk prices on her flower board, thanked the street cleaner by name, and sat beside the hard-smiling boy until the boy admitted he had lost his library card and was afraid to tell anyone. Sometimes the clouds disappeared. Sometimes they simply rained more gently, which Whiston learned could be enough. That evening, after a long day of noticing everyone else, Wystan came home without his usual smile.
A tiny cloud gathered over his own hair.
Rowena did not tell him to cheer up. She wrapped him in her cardigan, listened to the whole story, and let 3 little drops fall before his tired laugh returned. After that, Briarbell Street was never quite the same, though it still looked ordinary to anyone rushing through it. Buses sighed at the curb, rolls browned in the bakery ovens, and puddles held upside-down pieces of the city. But people had begun to glance upward when a private cloud appeared, then sideways to see who might need company. Wystan still smiled often, because he meant it, and because the world gave him many reasons. Yet he understood now that his dry sky had never been a prize for being cheerful. It was a space he could share. And whenever rain began falling over someone who had forgotten they were seen, Wystan did not start with a joke. He stepped close enough to be kind and asked, "Would you like me to stay a while?"
The map on her shell. Gwyn was the smallest turtle in the willow marsh, small enough to hide beneath one curled lily pad, and green enough that dragonflies sometimes mistook her shell for moss. Across that shell ran pale, winding lines, one curved like a reed path, one forked like a brook, and one ended in a tiny spiral that looked, to Gwyn, exactly like a wave. Every evening she listened to old frogs tell of the sea, where distant turtle cousins named Kayomi and Danila swam through water too wide to see across. Gwyn wanted to visit them and tell them how the marsh smelled after rain. The older turtles warned that the world between marsh and sea was full of wrong mud, dry banks, fast water, wheels, wings, and wind. Still, when sunrise lit the shell lines gold, Gwyn whispered, "Then I will read my way carefully." She began by carrying one bead of marsh water inside a smooth snail shell so the sea would know where she came from. The first path looked easy, a glossy strip of mud between cattails, but after 10 slow steps, the ground trembled and pulled at her feet. Gwyn tried to hurry, and the mud hugged her harder until only her nose, eyes, and little map shell showed above the shine. A river snail named Galena slid down a reed stem and said, "Maps are not only for looking ahead. Sometimes they tell you where to place your weight." Gwyn studied the line on her shell that curved around a pale spot, then rocked gently side to side until one foot found a hidden root. She did not escape quickly, but she escaped honestly, dragging her tiny water gift behind her. By mid-morning, the marsh thickened into a reed maze, every stalk whispering the same green word. Gwyn followed a bright gap, then another, until the sun disappeared and the air smelled still and lost. Somewhere nearby, a bittern boomed like a hollow drum, and Gwyn tucked her head in so fast the snail shell bumped her chin. Galena, traveling in patient loops along a reed, called, "The sea is wide, but even wide things begin with small directions." Gwyn lifted her shell toward a stripe of light and noticed that the forked marking on her back matched the split of 2 narrow channels. She chose the channel with duckweed drifting outward, and soon the reeds opened onto a ditch where the mud had cracked into hard brown plates. The dry ditch was worse than Gwyn expected, because a marsh turtle is made for cool ooze, not dust that scratched under her belly. Her bead of marsh water clicked in the snail shell with every step, sounding smaller and smaller. When the sun grew hot, Gwyn thought of turning back to the safe willow shade, where no one would ask why her map had failed. Then she saw tiny ants carrying white crumbs across a crack, each one no larger than a seed, and each one moving with certain purpose. Gwyn pressed her shell low, shaded the water gift beneath her body, and crossed from plate to plate as if the cracks were a puzzle. At the far edge, the ditch dipped into damp sand, and the spiral on her shell seemed to point toward the sound of running water. The running water was a brook, bright and quick, with little white teeth of foam around the stones. Gwyn's sea cousins would have laughed gently at such a small current, but to her it looked like the whole sky had fallen and was rushing away. She stepped onto a flat stone, slipped, and clamped her claws down just before the water could spin the snail shell from her string of grass. A silver minnow flickered beside her and showed where the current softened behind a half-sunk branch. Gwyn breathed once, twice, then let the branch shield her while she paddled, bumped, and paddled again. When she reached the other bank, shaking but whole, she knew the map on her shell had not promised an easy road. It had promised that there was a road. Afternoon brought a place the marsh had never described, a road, pale and hard, humming with distant wheels. Gwyn waited in the grass until a beetle crossed, then waited longer because beetles did not understand wheels. Clouds gathered while she watched, and soon rain began, first gentle, then wild enough to bounce from her shell and blur every line of the world. A hungry heron landed near the ditch with slow, folding legs and a sharp yellow eye fixed on the smallest moving thing. Gwyn froze beside a pebble, but the rain made pebbles shine, and turtles shine too. Remembering the map's pale spiral, she rolled the snail shell ahead of her. It clicked down the road edge, and the heron stabbed at the sound while Gwyn slid under a washed-up leaf and crossed through the silver rain. Night found her among dune grasses that hissed in a new voice. The air tasted strange, sharp and salty, and every gust pushed sand against her eyes. Gwyn climbed one dune, slid halfway down, climbed again, and wondered whether sea turtles would think a marsh cousin ridiculous for arriving so muddy, so small, and so late. Then Galena's last lesson returned to her. Maps are also for remembering where the journey has already touched you. Gwyn looked back and imagined root, reed, crack, brook, road, rain, and heron, each trial becoming one line on her shell. She tucked the marsh water gift safely beneath her chin and climbed by counting the strokes of grass, 1, 2, 3, until the dune opened and the moon laid a silver path across the sea. At dawn, Kaimi and Danila rose from the tide pools, broad-flippered and shining with salt, and for a moment, Gwyn could only stare at how gently the huge water breathed around them. "You came by the old land path," Kaima said, lowering her head until her warm eye met Gwyn's. Danila circled the little snail shell with wonder, and Gwyn tipped her bead of marsh water into a tide pool so the sea could taste willow shade, frog song, and rain-dark mud. The tide curled around it, not swallowing it away, but carrying it outward in ripples that touched Gwyn's toes. Her shell map looked different in the morning light, not finished, not empty, but wider, with the marsh lines and the sea spiral belonging to the same story. Gwyn smiled because she had not left home behind. She had brought one home to meet another. The Dune That Kept a Lullaby.
Marin was a young desert fox who lived beneath a leaning salt bush where the sand stayed cool after sunset. Her ears were almost too large for her narrow face, and they turned toward every whisper. Beetle feet, falling grains, the far click of stones cooling under the moon. More than anything, Marin wanted to become a night pathfinder, the one trusted to lead travelers between dunes without losing a single pogrint. But the older foxes said she listened to too many things at once and forgot the trail beneath her nose. On the night the stars looked freshly washed, Marin heard a lullaby humming from a dune that everyone else called silent. The song was so soft that it felt less like sound and more like warm light under the sand. Marin crept closer, pressing one paw to the slope, and the whole dune glimmered faintly gold beneath her toes. The tune rose and faded in a pattern like breathing, 3 low notes and 1 bright note, then a pause as tender as a blanket being tucked in. Before she could hum it back, a flicker stumbled through the salt bush and landed on her nose. It was Runa, the lantern keeper of a firefly caravan, and her green light trembled as if a breeze were trapped inside it. Behind her, dozens of fireflies drifted in crooked circles, dimmer than fallen sparks. Runa said their caravan had lost the wind song that guided them home to the Moonflower Hollow, and without it, their lanterns would fade before dawn. Marin's tail tucked low, because being a pathfinder for one fox was hard enough, and guiding a whole caravan of lights felt impossible. Still, she remembered how the dune's song had curved exactly like Runa's worried flight, searching and returning, searching and returning. She asked the fireflies to rest in the silver shade while she listened again. The dune did not answer when she scratched, barked, or begged, and each failed sound made the fireflies blink weaker. Then Marin stopped trying to wake the song and laid her great ears flat against the sand. Deep below, Eldora, the old lullaby, stirred like a golden seed remembering rain. The first part of Eldora's song showed Marin a memory, a wind long ago carrying baby fireflies over the desert in a ribbon of green light. The second part showed a storm folding the tune into the dune for safekeeping, where no careless gust could scatter it. The third part was missing, and the silence after it made Marin's chest ache. Runa hovered beside her, brave enough not to interrupt, though her lantern had shrunk to a bead of pale green. Marin realized the dune was not refusing to sing, it was waiting for someone to finish the lost answer. She had listened to many small desert sounds all her life, and now every one of them seemed to gather behind her. She tried the rhythm of beetle feet for the low notes, the cool clicking stones for the bright note, and the hush of her own tail sweeping sand for the tender pause. The dune shivered, but the song still leaned crookedly, like a cup set on a pebble. Marin tried again, adding the soft breath of sleeping saltbush and the far wingbeat of Runa's caravan. A golden line opened across the dune, not a crack, but a smile of light. Eldora rose through it in spirals of shining sand, and the lullaby wrapped around Marin's ears until she could carry it without holding it. Runa's lantern brightened enough to paint both of them green and gold. But the wind that arrived was not gentle at first. It swept down from the black ridge, tugging at the fireflies and dragging the new song sideways into a swirl of dust. The caravan scattered, and Runa spun away so fast that Marin could barely see her. For one frightened breath, Marin wanted to hide beneath the salt bush and let someone older solve the storm. Instead, she planted her paws wide, lifted her nose, and sang the pattern back in pieces: beetle, stone, tail hush, wing beat. The wind caught the answer, slowed, and turned from a grabby hand into a listening hand. One by one, the fireflies found the rhythm and blinked with it. 3 low glows and 1 bright glow, then a soft, dark pause. Runa called the pattern down the line until the whole caravan became a floating necklace of green stars. Eldora's golden light flowed from the dune into the moving air, not trapped anymore, but traveling where it was needed. Marin ran beneath the caravan, not leading by sight alone, but by every little sound that had once made others call her distracted. She heard a hollow stone before anyone struck it, heard a sink-soft patch of sand before any light dipped, and guided them around both. At last, the first moonflowers opened ahead, white cups shining in the blue dark. When the caravan settled safely among the moonflowers, Runa bowed until her lantern touched a petal. The fireflies blinked the lullaby in thanks, and Eldora's song moved through the blossoms like warm breath through a sleeping room. Marin felt very small under the enormous sky, but not useless and not lost. By dawn, the older foxes found her tracks drawn cleanly beside the fireflies' tiny dotted path, all the way from the glowing dune to the hollow. They did not say she listened to too many things after that. They asked what the desert had told her. And when night returned, Marin became the pathfinder who could hear the way home before it could be seen. The Tiny Dragon Who Lost His Light. Elfric was the smallest dragon in the hollow at the edge of the Hush Forest, where the mountain leaned down to listen to the trees. Every dragon was born with a tiny light inside the chest, an ember that glowed warm whenever they breathed, and on quiet nights, the older dragons lit the whole cliff like a row of orange lanterns. But Elfric's light had always been the smallest of all, no bigger than a candle seen through fog, and more than anything, he wished it would grow. The big dragons told him his glow would brighten the day he became brave enough to fly into the dark forest the way they did. Elfric wanted that so much, yet the night woods frightened him, full of shadows that moved and sounds he could not name. One cold evening, after a long day of feeling too small, he curled up to sleep and pressed a paw to his chest the way he always did, to feel the little warmth there. But the warmth was gone, and when he looked down, his ember had turned completely dark. Elfric sat up in the dark, his heart thumping like a trapped moth. He puffed and he huffed, he flapped his small wings, he thought the bravest thoughts he could find, but no spark came back to his chest. The hollow had never felt so black, and outside the forest breathed and rustled as if the whole night were leaning in close. Then he remembered old Roisin, the glow moth who kept a single lantern burning at the very heart of the forest, and who was said to know everything there was to know about light. If anyone could help him find his ember again, it was her. But to reach the heart of the forest, Elfric would have to cross the dark woods he had feared his whole life, alone, and now without even his own small glow to light the way. He swallowed hard, stepped to the edge of the hollow, and walked out into the night. The forest was darker than Elfric had ever imagined, and even the mushrooms that usually glowed along the path had dimmed to faint gray buttons.
He crept from tree to tree, his claws catching on roots, his tail bumping stones he could not see. More than once he stopped, certain he should turn back to the safe black hollow and simply wait for the morning. But just as he was about to run home, he heard a tiny sound beneath the ferns, a trembling little cry, smaller and more frightened than even he felt. Elfric followed it with his ears, pushing aside a cold, wet leaf, and there he found Vesna, a baby firefly no bigger than a raindrop. Her light was flickering almost all the way out, and she was tangled in the cold dew, shivering, lost, and far from her swarm. For a moment, Elfric only wanted to hurry on, because Reusen and his own lost light were still somewhere ahead, and he had no fire left to warm anybody. "I am useless without my glow," he thought, and he almost stepped away. But Vesna was so small and so afraid, fading right there in front of him, and he could not leave her alone in the cold. So he curled his whole body around her like a soft, safe cave, sharing the little warmth he still had, and he told her a gentle story the way the elders had once told him, until her shivering began to slow. As she grew warmer, a faint spark crept back into her tiny lantern, and she blinked up at him with grateful light. And though Elfric did not notice it yet, deep in his own dark chest, something flickered, the smallest hint of warmth returning. Together, they went on into the woods, and now Vesna's small glow lit the path just enough for one careful step at a time. Elfric carried her gently on the ridge of his nose, and whenever a shape loomed scary in the dark, he named it kindly. "This is only an old stump. That is just a sleeping owl," so that neither of them would be afraid. Each time he comforted her, the warmth in his chest grew a little stronger, though he was far too busy to feel it. They crossed a silver stream and climbed a slope of soft moss, and Elfric began, almost, to enjoy being brave. But then a cold wind came rushing down through the trees, sharp and sudden, and Vesna's light guttered low as the dark pressed in around them like deep water. For one frightened breath, Elfric wanted to run, to leave the tiny firefly and hide somewhere until the wind was gone. His legs trembled, and his wings half opened to flee. But then he saw how Vesna clung to him, how small and how scared she was, and he knew he could not leave her in the cold and the dark. So he planted his feet, spread his wings into a shield against the wind, and breathed slow and warm over her trembling light, giving her every bit of comfort he had, and asking for nothing back. And in that very moment, when he was thinking only of keeping her safe, his whole chest suddenly blazed. A bright golden light burst out of Elfric, warm and strong and bigger than any glow he had ever dreamed of, pushing the dark all the way back to the trees. In the new light, the path ahead became clear, and there at the very heart of the forest sat old Reusen beside her steady lantern, watching them with kind, patient eyes. She was not surprised to see Elfric at all. "A dragon's light is never lit by holding warmth inside," she told him softly. "It kindles only when you give your warmth away, and the smallest dragons often shine the brightest because they learn to care the soonest." As she spoke, hundreds of tiny lights came drifting in from the dark, Vesna's whole swarm, drawn from far away by the glow of the little dragon who had saved one of their own. Vesna lifted from Elfric's nose and spun up to join them, her lantern bright and strong again, and for a moment the whole heart of the forest shimmered like a fallen piece of starry sky. When it was time to go home, it was Elfric who led the way,
his golden light steady before him, and the dark forest did not frighten him anymore, because now he knew it was only a place waiting for someone to share a little light. His ember never went out again, and it glowed its very warmest whenever he helped a creature who was lost or cold or afraid. When he reached the hollow at last, the older dragons saw his shining chest and did not tell him his light was small. Instead, they asked him quietly what the forest had taught him. And ever after, on the darkest nights in the hush forest, when some small creature lost its way among the shadows, they all knew who to look for, the little dragon whose glow grew brighter the more of it he gave away. And Elfric, no longer the smallest light on the cliff, would spread his warm wings and fly out gladly into the dark. Sable and the Low Branch. Sable, the young capybara, lived where the river widened into warm brown shallows after every rain. She loved the water so much that she could spend a whole morning with only her nose above the surface, watching silver ripples wobble around the reeds. When the riverbank neighbors asked her to push a floating leaf away from a burrow or nudge a fallen twig off the path, Sable always sighed as if the request weighed more than a log. "In a moment," she would murmur, and then the moment became 2 moments, then 10. Above her favorite pool, a low branch bent over the mud, still jeweled with raindrops. On that branch, a little bird named Nuala hopped and shook her wings dry, while Sable pretended not to hear the soft tapping of her feet. The morning smelled of wet bark, crushed grass, and sun warming the puddles. Nuala fluttered down to the low branch again and called, "Sable, is the mud still slippery near the roots?" Sable blinked slowly, because answering felt almost like work, and lifted one lazy ear. "Probably," she said, though she had not checked at all. Nuala tried to step around a fork in the branch, but a thin, curled twig caught the feathers near her wing. She peeped in surprise, tugged once, and the whole branch trembled. Sable sank a little lower in the water and hoped the problem would politely solve itself. It did not solve itself. A last heavy raindrop fell from a leaf, plopped onto the branch, and startled Nuala into flapping too hard. The caught feathers twisted, the little bird lost her balance, and she slipped from the branch with a frightened chirp. She landed in the damp moss below, not far from the water's edge, and for one quiet second, even the reeds seemed to hold their breath. "Sable?" Nuala called, small and shaky. Sable's warm pool suddenly felt much too warm, as if it were trying to keep her when she ought to move. With a groan, a splash, and a very unhappy drip from her whiskers, Sable climbed out of the water. At first, Sable tried to hurry because she thought helping meant doing everything fast. Her broad feet slid in the rain-soft mud, her chin bumped a root, and a spray of cold droplets flew over her nose. Nuala shrank beside a fern, holding one wing close, and Sable stopped before she frightened her more. "I am here," Sable said, surprised by how steady her own voice sounded when she used it gently. She lowered her round body between Nuala and the puddle so the little bird would not slide toward the water. Then she looked carefully at the low branch, the curled twig, the moss, and the safest patch of ground. For once, Sable's slow eyes noticed everything. "Can you climb onto this leaf?" Sable asked, nosing a broad water lily leaf from the edge of the shallows. Nuala stepped onto it with tiny, trembling feet, and Sable pushed it only a whisker at a time across the mud. The leaf made a soft green sled, smooth enough that Nuala did not have to flap. When they reached the root beneath the branch, Sable saw a little feather still pinched in the twig above them. She did not yank, because yanking was the kind of quick thing that made trouble larger. Instead, she pressed the branch down with her wet nose until the twig loosened and the feather slipped free. Nuala breathed out a brave, wobbly note. The nest was higher than Sable could reach, and Nuala's wing was too sore for a proper flight. Sable looked at the reeds, the sloping root, and a fallen strip of bark shining like a tiny bridge. "We can go the long way," she said, and this time she did not make the words sound like a complaint. She nudged the bark against the root, packed mud around its end with her heavy paws, and waited while Nuala hopped up one small step. Then Sable lowered her back beside the bridge, wide and steady as a warm stone. Nuala climbed onto her, and Sable carried her forward with such care that even the raindrops on the reeds barely shook. By the time they reached the fork of the low branch, the sun had opened a golden hole in the clouds. Nuala tested her wing with one tiny flutter, then another, and managed to hop from Sable's back to the safe mossy bend near her nest. She was not ready to fly high, but she was no longer on the cold ground. "You were slow," Nuala said, tucking herself close to the bark, "but you were slow in the right way." Sable looked down at her muddy paws, her dripping belly, and the warm pool waiting below. No one had ever said that about her slowness before. It felt better than an extra long nap. After that day, Sable still loved the river shallows best of all. She still floated with her nose above the water, and she still believed a quiet pool was one of the finest places in the world. But when a leaf blocked a burrow path, or a twig leaned where tiny feet might trip, Sable rose before the 10th moment passed. Sometimes Nuala visited the low branch and sang, while Sable tidied the bank in her careful, unhurried way. When the work was done, Sable slid back into the water with a happy sigh. The pool felt just as warm as before, but now it seemed to glow around her, as if kindness had warmed it from underneath. The Room of Unfinished Dreams. Dragon had a drawer full of beginnings, a half-painted rocket, a story with no ending, a knitted scarf that stopped exactly in the middle of a row. Whenever something he made got difficult or slow, a tired, prickly feeling crept into his chest, and he would set it down, meaning to come back tomorrow, and then somehow never quite did. That night, he lay awake, turning the feeling over in his mind, wondering why finishing things felt so much harder than starting them. Unable to sleep, he climbed out of bed to find a missing sock, and pushed deep into his wardrobe past the winter coats, further than the wardrobe should have possibly gone. His fingers found not a wall, but a door, warm to the touch and edged with a thin, soft light. And when he pushed it open, he stepped into a room far too enormous to fit inside a bedroom wardrobe. Hundreds of small, glowing shapes drifted through the air like slow lanterns. A puppet with only one painted eye, half of a rainbow arching into nothing, a little paper boat with a single torn sail. Every single shape, he realized with a shiver, was something he himself had once started and quietly given up on. A small figure with wide, dusty moth wings drifted down to land gently on a floating shelf beside him, introducing herself as Orla, keeper of the room, in a voice as soft as folded paper. "Every unfinished dream waits here patiently," she said, "and most nights, that is all they do, wait. But tonight, one of them can finally be finished and set free. Only one, and only if you do the finishing yourself, right here, with your own hands." Dragon drifted between the glowing shapes, drawn first toward the biggest and brightest ones, a soaring dragon kite, a towering block castle twice as tall as his old one. "You could choose the brightest one," Orla said quietly, floating beside his shoulder. "But brightness is only how badly you wanted it once, not how much it still matters now." She suggested gently that he try closing his eyes and noticing which small light tugged at his chest instead of merely catching his eye. With his eyes closed, Dragon felt a small, steady tug from a corner of the room where the light was dimmest, almost too faint to notice at all. It was a half-carved wooden bird, its one finished wing smooth and careful, its other wing broken off months ago on the day he had started carving it as a birthday gift for his grandmother. He remembered exactly why he had stopped. The broken wing had felt impossible to fix, and it had seemed easier to simply forget the whole thing existed. Orla placed a small dream-carved knife in his palm and told him the wood here would answer to patience, not to skill he didn't yet have. Halfway through shaping the second wing, his hand slipped and a curl of wood snapped off crooked, and the old, tired, prickly feeling rushed straight back into his chest, whispering that this was exactly why he always quit. This time, instead of setting the bird down, he took one slow breath the way Orla was breathing beside him and picked the knife back up. Slowly, unevenly, but surely, the second wing took shape beneath his fingers, feather by careful feather, until it matched its finished twin. The moment the last curl of wood fell away, the little bird flared into a warm, steady gold light, so bright that Dragon had to shield his eyes for a moment. It lifted from his palm on its own, circled once through the vast, glowing room among all the other waiting dreams, and then settled back down into his cupped hands, warm and solid and entirely real. "The room will always be here waiting," Orla told him, walking him back toward the door of soft light, "and finishing was never about being big or perfect, it was only ever about going back." Dragon stepped back through the door, still holding the small wooden bird, and the wardrobe closed quietly behind him, coats and all, as if it had never opened at all. In the morning, the bird sat on his nightstand exactly as it had felt in his hands, small and warm-colored and perfectly whole, both wings spread as if about to leap into flight. He carried it straight to his grandmother's house before breakfast, and the way her whole face lit up made the crooked, uneven feathers feel exactly right instead of wrong. That afternoon, for no particular reason, Dragon pulled the half-painted rocket out of his drawer, looked at it for a long moment, and picked up his paintbrush again. The pebble that warms with honesty. Zoria was the kind of girl who noticed things other people walked right past. The crooked stripe on a snail shell, the one cloud shaped like a teapot, the loose thread on Miss Karis's cardigan that swayed when she wrote on the board. She sat in the third row of her classroom at a scuffed wooden desk that had held 100 elbows before her own, and most days that was exactly the kind of quiet, unnoticed life she liked. But on Friday afternoon, Miss Karis clapped her hands and announced that starting Monday, Every student would stand at the front of the room for 2 whole minutes and give a talk called Something That Matters. Zoria's stomach folded in on itself like a paper fan. She had never once spoken in front of the whole class without her voice shaking, and the thought of 30 pairs of eyes on her at the same time made her want to slide under her desk and stay there until June. That same afternoon, digging through the back corner of her desk for a lost eraser, her fingers closed around something small, smooth, and surprisingly cool. It was a pebble, blue-gray and thumb-sized, worn so soft by years of hands that it felt almost like glass. "That desk is older than the building, more or less," Miss Karras said when Zoria held it up, smiling the way she did when a question pleased her. "Dozens of students before you must have kept things in there." Zoria turned the pebble over once, and without quite meaning to, she whispered under her breath, "I really, really don't want to do this." For one strange second, the little stone went warm in her fist, like it had caught a spark of sunlight. And then, just as quickly, it settled back to ordinary cool, so she decided her hand had simply been warm all along. All weekend, she worked on the safest speech she could imagine. 2 minutes about her favorite color, blue, the color of the sky and her bicycle, and nothing anyone could ever laugh at. She practiced it in front of her bedroom mirror on Saturday morning with the pebble tucked in her sweatshirt pocket, reciting each careful sentence in a smooth, rehearsed voice. The stone did not warm even once. It sat against her hip, cool and still, and faintly disappointing, though Zoria could not have said why she expected anything different from a rock. Still, the speech was safe, and safe was exactly what she wanted, so she told herself the flatness in her chest afterward was just nerves about speaking at all, and nothing more. On Saturday evening, she slipped out behind her apartment building the way she did almost every day, carrying a small bowl of food for the thin orange cat who lived under the back stairs with a limp in one front paw. Nobody else knew about the cat. Not her mother, not her best friend Priya, not anyone, because feeding a stray felt like a secret too soft and important to hand to just anybody. She sat cross-legged on the cold concrete and told the cat, in a low murmur only he could hear, exactly how much she dreaded Monday, and exactly how much braver she felt when it was just the two of them. Halfway through, she realized the pebble in her pocket had gone warm again, warm as a coin held too long in the sun, and this time it did not fade away. She sat very still, one hand pressed flat against her pocket, and understood with a small shiver that the stone seemed to like the truth. Sunday night, she lay awake with her blue speech notes on the pillow beside her, torn between two very different fears. If she talked about the color blue, nobody would laugh, but nobody would really listen either. The words would come out of her mouth and land on the floor like dropped marbles. If she talked about the cat, someone might ask a question she wasn't ready for. Or worse, somebody might laugh at a stray cat with a bad paw and a girl who loved him. But when she pictured herself standing at the front of the room, describing the exact orange of his fur and the exact way he leaned into her hand, her chest ached in a way the blue speech never had. Close to midnight, hands trembling, she crossed out every line about her favorite color and began writing about the cat instead, and the pebble on her nightstand glowed warm enough that she checked twice to be sure it wasn't a trick of the lamp. Monday morning, the walk to school felt 3 times longer than usual. With every step, Zoria's courage seemed to leak out through the soles of her shoes, and by the time she reached the front gate, she was almost ready to turn back to the safe blue speech just to survive the day without anyone truly looking at her. She slid her hand into her pocket and silently rehearsed the old, careful sentences about the sky and her bicycle, and the pebble went instantly, unmistakably cold, colder than the morning air itself. She stopped walking right there on the sidewalk, startled, and closed her fingers tighter around the stone, as if she could warm it back up through sheer stubbornness. It did not warm. It simply waited, patient and cool, for her to decide what kind of 2 minutes she was actually going to give. When her name was finally called, Zoria's knees felt like water as she walked to the front of the room. She opened her mouth, and the safe words came out first, out of pure panic. "My favorite color is blue, flat and small," and the pebble sat like a lump of ice in her clenched hand. Her voice cracked on the second sentence, and for one horrible moment, she thought she might simply stop talking altogether and run back to her seat. Instead, she took one shaking breath, the kind Miss Sirus had once shown the class for calming down, and said, in a much quieter voice, "Actually, that's not what matters to me. Can I start over?" Then she told them about the orange cat under the back stairs, about his crooked paw and his rough, grateful purring, about the small bowl she carried out every evening, even when it was raining. Her voice wobbled through the whole thing, thin and unsteady, but it did not stop, and somewhere around the third sentence, she noticed the pebble had gone warm again, warmer than it had ever been, glowing against her palm like a tiny coal. The classroom, usually a rustle of paper and whispers, had gone strangely, attentively quiet. When she finished, Priya raised her hand first, not to laugh, but to ask softly, "Is he going to be okay?" And Miss Karis was smiling the exact smile she gave to the best questions in the room. After the bell rang, Zoria walked back to her desk on legs that still felt a little wobbly, and before she packed her bag for the day, she tucked the pebble into the same worn groove where she had first found it, right at the back of the desk. She thought of all the students who might sit there after her, some of them probably just as frightened of standing at the front of a room, and she liked the idea of the stone waiting quietly for whichever one of them needed it next. Walking home, she pressed her empty hand flat against her own chest instead, right over her heart, and found it warm there too, warm in a way that had nothing to do with any rock at all. She understood then that the pebble had never been magic by itself. It had only ever been showing her a warmth that belonged to her the entire time. That evening, she asked her mother, in a voice only a little shaky, whether they might have room in their apartment for one small orange cat with a crooked paw.
The Girl Who Knew the Names of Waves. Marin's family had moved to the coast only 3 days ago, and everything about the new house still smelt like cardboard boxes and unfamiliar paint. Half his room was still packed away in taped-up boxes he hadn't bothered opening, because unpacking felt too much like admitting he actually lived here now. That evening, restless and a little heavy in his chest, he wandered down to the beach alone while his parents unpacked dishes he didn't recognize into cupboards he didn't know yet. The wind here smelled like salt instead of the bakery on the corner of his old street, and even the gulls sounded like they were laughing at how out of place he looked. He missed his old street so much it felt like a stone sitting behind his ribs, and he didn't know a single person in this whole gray, windy town. Down near the water, a girl about his age stood barefoot in the wet sand, seemingly unbothered by the cold, calling out soft little greetings every time a wave rolled in. "Hello, Fen," she said to one wave, and "Welcome back, Old Gray," To another, as easily as if she were greeting neighbors on a morning walk. She said each name like it truly belonged to the wave in front of her, never once glancing around to see if anyone was watching or laughing. Marin stood at the edge of the dry sand for a long moment, half amused and half certain he had just moved to the strangest town on the entire coastline. Curiosity got the better of him, and before he could stop himself, he found his feet carrying him closer to the waterline to get a better look. The girl introduced herself as Astrid and explained, quite matter-of-factly, that her grandmother had taught her every wave has a name, if you're patient enough to notice it. Say a name honestly enough, she told him, and sometimes the sea answers back. A little extra foam, or a hush right when you speak. She said it so plainly, the way someone might explain that the tide comes in twice a day, that Marin couldn't quite tell if she was teasing him or not. Marin raised an eyebrow, certain this was exactly the kind of thing older kids said to tease new arrivals, but he was curious enough to stay and watch a little longer. "Go on then," Astrid said, nodding toward the water with a small, encouraging smile. "Try one." Just to be polite, Marin picked a random wave, cleared his throat, and called out, "Hello, Bob," in a voice that sounded far too much like he was performing for an audience. The wave rolled in and out, exactly like every ordinary wave before it, flat and unremarkable, without so much as an extra ripple of foam. Astrid didn't laugh or scold him, only tilted her head thoughtfully, as if she already knew exactly why nothing had happened. "You said it like a spelling test," she offered gently, not unkindly, not like you meant it. Marin's mind, if he was honest, had already drifted back to his old street 300 miles away, and no amount of pretending to try could hide that from the sea. Over the next several days, Marin found himself walking down to the shore every evening after unpacking, partly because Astrid was reliably there, and partly because he had nowhere else in town that felt even slightly familiar. She taught him how to skip flat stones, which tide pools held the biggest crabs, and which bench outside the bakery got warm first in the morning sun. Bit by bit, the town stopped feeling quite so gray, and he even learned 2 other kids' names at his new school, though neither felt anything like an old friend yet. Every so often, he tried naming a wave anyway, mostly to see Astrid's reaction, but his heart never seemed fully behind the words. Yet every night, before falling asleep, the same heavy stone still settled behind his ribs, and no wave he tried naming, half-heartedly, had ever once answered him back. One windy evening, after a video call with his old best friend left him quietly miserable, Marin stood at the shoreline with his throat tight and his eyes stinging. His friend had talked excitedly about a new kid who'd moved into Marin's old house on Marin's old street, and something about that had made the whole call feel unbearably far away. Marin hung up before his voice could crack over the phone, walked straight out of the house without telling anyone, and didn't stop until sand replaced pavement under his shoes. Astrid was already there, as she always seemed to be, but this time she said nothing, only stood a little way off and let him have the water to himself. Without deciding to, without performing anything for anyone, he found himself calling out the name of his old street to the next wave that rolled toward his feet, his voice cracking right down the middle. The wave curled higher than any before it, hushing into the sand with a long, soft sigh that seemed to pause the whole beach for one strange, quiet second. Marin stood frozen, staring at the retreating foam, his heart pounding somewhere between disbelief and a strange, sudden relief. He half expected the moment to feel silly once it had passed, the way a jump scare feels silly a second after it happens, but instead, it only felt true. The tightness in his throat loosened, just slightly, as if the sea had taken a small piece of the ache and carried it back out with the tide. Astrid, a little way down the shore, went very still, watching, and when Maren turned to her with wide, startled eyes, she only smiled and said nothing at all, letting the moment stay exactly his. Walking home together afterward, Maren turned the whole evening over in his mind, replaying the exact sound of that one long answering wave. He understood, finally, that the sea had never cared about clever names at all, no matter how carefully chosen, only about whether the person speaking truly meant what they said. It made him wonder, a little uneasily, how many other things in his new life he had only been performing instead of truly meaning. Astrid walked quietly beside him, not needing to say any of this out loud, since she had clearly already known it for years. His homesickness didn't disappear that night, not completely, but it loosened its grip just enough for him to breathe a little easier walking beside his new friend. The next evening, he named a small, cheerful wave after Astrid herself, and it hurried up the sand faster than any wave that day, as if it had been waiting for its turn. A few days after that, he named another wave after his old street, gently this time, and without any tears at all, simply glad to carry it with him rather than leave it behind. Slowly, over the following weeks, a whole small collection of named waves came and went with the tide, each one carrying some piece of him, old and new together. By the time his room was finally fully unpacked, Maren no longer thought of the beach as somewhere strange, but as the one place in town that already knew his name too. Maren decided, standing there with sand between his toes, that he could miss his old street and still belong to this new, gray, windy, wave-naming town at exactly the same time. The acorns that whispered the way home. Mayless was the smallest squirrel in her family, but she had the sharpest eyes for counting, and every autumn evening she climbed to the top shelf of their hollow tree to count the acorns stacked there for winter. The acorns came from the old listening oak at the center of the forest, a tree so ancient that every squirrel family for generations had gathered its fallen nuts and trusted them above all others. That evening, counting for the third time, Mayels felt a cold little worry curl up in her stomach because the pile that should have reached her chin barely reached her knees. The sky outside had already turned the flat gray color that meant the first snow was close, maybe only a day or two away. Melisse followed a trail of scattered acorn shells out through the hollow's back door, and what she found made her tail go stiff with alarm. Enormous paw prints, each one wider than her whole body, pressed deep into the soft mud, and every single print had a few of her family's acorns squashed inside it. The trail led straight to a wide, dark hollow beneath the roots of the biggest tree in the forest, where a low, rumbling snore shook the fallen leaves at the entrance. Alaric the bear had rolled through their storeroom on his sleepy way to his den, and he had swept the entire winter stash along with him without ever waking up. Mayellis marched right up to the entrance of the den, planted her small paws on her hips, and called out as bravely as she could that those acorns belonged to her family. One huge eye opened, blinked at her twice, and a voice like slow thunder rumbled that he was much too sleepy for squirrel business, and she should come back in spring. The eye closed again, and a paw the size of her whole front door nudged a few acorns deeper into the den, out of her reach entirely. Malis backed away from the den with her ears flat, angrier and more frightened than she had ever been in her whole short life. Sitting on a cold root to catch her breath, Mayelis remembered something her grandmother always said about acorns from the listening oak. They only ever spoke to a calm heart, never to a panicked one. She picked up one small acorn that had rolled free of the trail, closed her eyes, and made herself breathe slowly until her racing heart settled into something steadier. At first, there was only silence, and then, so softly she almost missed it, the acorn gave a tiny, dry click against her paw, like a single patient knock on a door. The little click seemed to pull her attention toward the den entrance itself, and for the first time, Malis really looked instead of just being afraid. She noticed how thin Alaric actually looked beneath his big, shaggy coat, his ribs faintly visible, as if he had woken up too early from a nap and gone looking for food half by instinct. He had not meant to steal a whole winter's worth of acorns. He had simply been rolling toward the nearest food smell with his eyes barely open, and her family's careful stack had been right in his path. Malis walked back to the den entrance, and this time, instead of shouting, she rapped politely on a root beside his nose until one eye opened again. "You don't need all of it," she said quietly. "Just enough to finish getting ready for winter. And if you help me carry the rest home before the snow comes, you can keep a fair share for yourself." Alaric considered this for a long, slow moment, his stomach growling loudly enough to shake a few leaves off the nearest branch, and finally he gave a low, agreeable grunt. The first snowflakes began drifting down just as they started, so Alaric scooped acorns by the pawful while Malis darted ahead, scouting the fastest path through the frosty undergrowth. What would have taken Mayelis 100 trips alone took the two of them only a dozen, Alaric's huge paws carrying more acorns in one scoop than her whole family could gather in an hour. By the time the snow was falling in thick, soft curtains, the very last acorn had rolled safely back into its place on the shelf inside the hollow tree. Melissa's family counted the acorns twice, found the pile taller than it had been in years, thanks to Alaric's own fair share tucked generously beside it, and for once nobody scolded her for being late for supper. Outside, Alaric curled up in his own den at last, sleepily promising through a wide yawn that next autumn he would knock politely before rolling through anybody's storeroom again. Malis held the small acorn that had first clicked in her paw and understood that its whisper had only ever been her own calm thinking, waiting patiently for her to slow down enough to hear it. She tucked it into a little crack near the entrance of the hollow tree, where it would wait quietly for whichever small, worried squirrel needed to listen to it next.
The duckling who swam the wrong way. Nearest was a duckling who could not swim in a straight line no matter how hard she tried, one foot always kicking out wider than the other, curving her path into a soft, looping wobble. Her brothers and sisters cut clean, tidy lines across the water every single morning, and Neris practiced alone in the shallows long after the others had gone off to play, hoping the wobble would simply go away. Her brother Velimir, by contrast, cut through the pond like a little arrow, straight and quick and proud of exactly how straight he was. "You're doing it wrong again," Velimir called cheerfully over his shoulder, not unkindly, but often enough that Neris had started to believe him. By the end of most days, her wings ached from trying so hard to swim straight. and still the wobble stayed exactly the same. One crisp morning, Mother Duck announced it was finally time for the whole family to cross the big pond to the thick winter reeds on the far shore before the cold set in. All the other ducklings burst into excited chatter about the crossing, comparing who would arrive first, but Nereus only felt the familiar worry tighten in her chest. Nereus's stomach folded with worry at the thought of wobbling along behind everyone else for the whole long crossing, slow and crooked and impossible to miss. Mother Duck nuzzled her gently and told her not to worry so much, though even her reassuring voice couldn't quite untangle the knot in Nereus's chest. That night, Nereus barely slept, imagining every possible way the crossing might go wrong for the one duckling who never swam straight. The family set out in a neat little line across the wide, glittering pond, and just as Nereus had feared, her looping stroke soon left her trailing behind the others. Velimir zipped out ahead, calling back proud little updates on how far in front he was, while Nereus paddled hard just to keep the family's tail feathers in sight. Her wings burned with the effort of paddling twice as hard as everyone else, just to stay somewhere near the middle of the group. More than once, she thought about calling out to ask the others to slow down, but pride kept her paddling silently instead. The far shore stayed a thin, hazy line the whole morning, close enough to hope for and far enough to make her wings ache just thinking about it. Halfway across, a heavy fog rolled low over the water without warning, swallowing the far shore completely and turning the whole pond into a pale, silent blur. Velimir, determined to keep his straight line no matter what, led the family directly into a thick wall of tangled reeds that hadn't been visible before the fog came down. The family paddled uselessly at the tangled stalks, unable to push through, unable to see any clear way around, and Mother Duck's worried quacking rose sharper over the fog. Somewhere behind her, Nereus could hear her younger siblings starting to panic, their small voices thin and frightened in the gray, muffled air. Velimir backed the family up and tried again at a slightly different angle, still insisting a straight line simply had to work if he just found the right one. Nereus, still paddling in her usual wobbling loop far behind the others, found her crooked path curving her gently sideways along the edge of the reed wall instead of straight into it. For a moment, she almost corrected herself out of habit, embarrassed even now to be swimming the wrong way while her family struggled just ahead of her. The fog was so thick here that she could barely see her own wingtips, and only the familiar, lopsided rhythm of her own paddling told her she was still moving at all. The reed wall's tangled stalks brushed softly along one side of her, close enough to touch, curving away from her instead of blocking her the way they had blocked everyone swimming straight. Following her own strange stroke without quite meaning to, she drifted into a narrow, open channel of clear water hidden behind the reed, one that no straight-swimming duck would ever have noticed. For a moment, Nereus almost stayed quiet, certain that whatever she had found by accident with her wobbly wrong swimming couldn't possibly be worth mentioning. Velimir's voice, still insisting the straight way had to work eventually, echoed back through the fog, and Nereus almost let herself believe him one more time. She opened her beak twice to call out, and closed it again both times, the old, familiar doubt telling her that her way could not possibly be the right one. Then she thought of her littlest sister, still somewhere back in the fog and frightened, and the doubt suddenly mattered much less than being heard. But the fog was pressing in, and her family's quacking sounded more frightened by the second, so she took a breath and called out as loudly as her small voice could manage that she had found a way through. Mother Duck turned toward her voice at once, and one by one, the whole family paddled into Neris's narrow, curving channel, threading carefully behind their smallest, wobbliest swimmer. For the first time in her life, Neris swam at the very front of the line, her siblings following her wobble as closely as they had once followed Velamir's straight arrow path. Even Velimir fell in behind her without a word of complaint, matching his pace to her looping stroke instead of asking her to match his. The channel wound gently around the reed wall, twisting exactly the way Neris always swam, as if the water itself had been waiting for someone willing to follow its curves. It opened out right beside the winter reed home, just as the fog finally began to lift. Velimir paddled up beside her, a little sheepish, and admitted that swimming perfectly straight had gotten them stuck, while her wobbly, crooked way had gotten them home. Mother Duck gathered the whole family close among the winter reeds and said, gently, that a path did not have to be straight to be exactly the right one. The younger ducklings, who had spent the whole crossing admiring Velimir's straight line, now asked Neris to show them her wobble instead, and she felt her chest warm with something entirely new. Neris laughed and showed them anyway, wobbling in a proud little circle through the shallows while her whole family watched and cheered. For the first time in her life, Neris kicked her wobbling, looping stroke through the water on purpose, and it felt, at last, like the best way to swim in the whole wide pond.
Marlowe and the Great Winter Potato. Under the floor of a great, quiet house, where the people upstairs never thought to look, lived a village of little folk no taller than a spoon. They had round cheeks and bare feet, and the soft, curious faces of children, and they kept the snuggest, most orderly larder you could imagine, rows of seed sacks tied with grass, towers of dried apple rings, and acorn cap bowls stacked in tidy steps. In the very middle, like a great brown boulder, sat the winter potato, one enormous potato that, sliced thin and shared with care, could feed the whole village until the snow melted. The smallest and clumsiest of all the little folk was a boy named Marlowe, who tripped over his own feet, knocked over whatever he meant to carry, and somehow always ended up wearing the very thing he was supposed to be tidying. That morning, old Bogdan, keeper of the stores, cut a fresh notch in the doorpost to count the days down to the first frost, frowning because there were not many notches left. And when he turned, he saw something that made the whole larder go quiet. A long, deep scratch gouged into a seed sack, far too big for any mouse, the mark of a hungry, burrowing beetle. More than anything, Marlowe wanted a real winter job, the kind the grown-ups had, guarding, hauling, slicing, sealing. But whenever he asked, the others would smile gently and find him something small and safe, well away from anything that could topple. "Here, Marlowe," said Bogdan kindly that day. "Carry this one acorn cap of salt to the drying shelf, slowly now, and that will be a great help." Marlowe lifted the little cap as carefully as he had ever carried anything, took 3 proud steps, and caught his heel on a grass knot, so that the salt flew up in a sparkling cloud, and he sat down hard in the middle of it. Worse, his flailing arm clipped the bottom of a tower of dried apple rings, and the whole tower came down in a slow, rolling, hooping avalanche that bounced merrily across the entire larder. The little folk only sighed the fond, tired sigh of people who had sighed it many times before, while his sister Zlata quietly began stacking the rings back up. The next day was Strawberry Day, the busiest of the whole season. In from the cold store, the folk rolled a single strawberry as big and red as a hill, and a team of them worked a long saw knife back and forth to cut it into broad red slabs, which were carried off to dry on the high shelves so they would keep all winter and never spoil. Marlowe, desperate to help, grabbed the end of a slice and promptly skated across a puddle of strawberry juice, arms windmilling, until he fetched up in a sticky pink heap against a jar. Everyone laughed, not unkindly, and Zlata hauled him up by the collar with a look that said, "Please, just watch." But then a shadow fell over the doorway, and a beetle the size of an ox pushed its hard, gleaming head into the larder, feelers twitching toward the sweet smell of strawberries. The grown-ups snatched up torches and the great straw broom and drove it back into the dark, and for a long moment nobody laughed at all. After that, the grown-ups were too worried to keep half an eye on Marlowe, so they sat him on a high shelf with a crumb of bread and told him gently to stay put and watch. He sat there feeling smaller than ever, sure that a boy who could not even carry salt would never matter on a day that mattered. To keep from crying, he wandered along the dusty top shelf where no one else ever bothered to go. And that was where his clumsy, curious feet found something the careful grown-ups had missed. Faint beetle scratches led in a secret trail along the wall, down behind the great winter potato to a place where nobody ever looked. There, hidden in the deepest shadow, Marlowe found a narrow crack in the wall, just wide enough for a beetle to squeeze through, and the cold draft and the deep gouges told him this was how the hungry thing had been getting in. It was far too small and tucked away for any grown-up to reach, but it was, he realized with a thump of his heart, exactly Marlowe-sized. Marlowe knew he should fetch a grown-up, but he was the boy who imagined things, and there was no time, so he squeezed into the crack to see for himself. The tunnel beyond was earthy and cold, and at the far end 2 huge dark eyes and a pair of slow scraping feelers turned toward him, the beetle, closer than he had ever wanted to be. He yelped, spun to run, tangled his own feet, of course, and tumbled back out of the crack in a clattering heap, which was the only thing that saved him from those snapping jaws. Heart hammering, he raced down to the larder floor, shouting that the beetle had a secret door behind the potato and would come that very night. But everyone was rushing to dry the last strawberry slices before the frost, and they only patted his head. "Not now, Marlowe. Mind you don't trip, Marlowe." For who listens to the clumsy boy who was always underfoot? Only Zlata paused, a slice of strawberry in her hands, and watched her brother with a small, uncertain frown. That night, when the larder was dark and the little folk were curled in their acorn-cap beds, a slow scraping sound came from behind the great winter potato. The beetle had come, just as Marlowe said, pushing in through its secret crack toward the one potato that had to last them the whole long winter. The folk woke in a fright and rushed out with everything they had, the great straw broom, the heavy jar-lid shield, the longest torches, for these were the strong, orderly tools that had always driven the beetle back before. But the beetle was wedged deep in the narrow space behind the potato, where the broom was too wide to sweep, the lid too heavy to fit, and the torches could not even shine. Bogdan pushed and the others pulled, but their big, careful tools were made for the wide, tidy larder, not for a cramped, dark crack the size of a boy. And all the while, the beetle gnawed closer to the potato, and the village's whole winter trembled on the edge of being lost. Marlowe stood at the back of the frightened crowd, and a strange, bright thought lit up inside him. He was the only one small enough to fit in that crack. And more than that, sliding and rolling and tumbling were the very things he did better than anyone in the whole village. "Let me go," he said, and when they all turned, for once he did not look down. "I can't carry salt and I can't slice straight, but I can slip and trip and knock things over, and that is exactly what we need down there." Quickly, he gathered the most ungrown-up tools imaginable: a cup of slippery strawberry juice, a pouch of round dried peas that loved to roll, and a thimble big enough to hide under. Old Bogdan looked at the broom that would not fit, and the crack that would, then knelt down to the smallest, clumsiest boy in the larder and said, "Go on then, Marlowe. We're trusting you." Marlowe squeezed into the crack with his juice and his peas and his thimble, and for the first time in his life, his clumsiness had somewhere useful to go. He poured the strawberry juice down the slope of the tunnel and threw himself after it, sliding straight at the startled beetle, far faster than he could ever have walked. As he shot past, he yanked open the pouch and sent a whole rattling avalanche of round peas bouncing and pinging off the beetle's hard shell, so that it scrambled and skidded and could not find its footing. When the great jaws snapped his way, he ducked under the thimble like a little tortoise, and the snap clanged harmlessly off the metal, ringing like a bell. Round and round the cramped, dark crack, Marlowe tumbled and bounced on purpose, a one-boy whirlwind of slips and clatters, herding the great, confused beetle back toward the hole it had come through. It was the messiest, most graceless rescue the larder had ever not been able to see, and it was working. The beetle had had enough of the boy who would not hold still, and it heaved itself backward, scraping and grumbling, out through the secret crack and into the cold night where it belonged. Marlowe saw his one chance: a fat cork that the grown-ups had long ago left wedged on a ledge, just the right size to plug the hole. With a great clumsy leap that was half a trip and half a dive, he crashed into the cork, and down it tumbled, wedging itself snugly into the crack and sealing the secret door for good. Behind him, the great winter potato sat whole and safe, not a single bite taken from the village's long winter. Marlowe crawled back out into the lamplight, covered head to foot in strawberry juice, pea dust, and cobwebs, looking exactly as messy as everyone had always feared he would, and the whole larder burst into the loudest cheer it had ever raised. Zlata reached him first and hugged her sticky, beaming little brother so hard that they both nearly toppled over, which, for once, would have been perfectly all right. In the morning, when the first frost had finally come and feathered the world above with white, the little folk held the happiest breakfast of the year. Old Bogdan cut a brand new notch in the doorpost, not to count down the days this time, but to mark the night the smallest boy saved them all. "From this winter on," he announced, setting a tiny acorn cap crown on Marlowe's head, "Marlowe is our keeper of the narrow ways, the one who goes where careful hands cannot reach." Marlowe grinned so wide he nearly fell off the bench, and this time, when he wobbled, he only laughed, because he had finally learned that the very thing that made him different was the thing that made him needed. All that long winter, the village stayed warm and full, slicing the great winter potato thin and sharing the sweet dried strawberries, safe behind their well-corked wall. And whenever a jar tipped or a tower of apple rings went hooping across the floor, nobody sighed anymore. they only smiled and said, "That'll be Marlowe, the bravest, clumsiest, most useful boy in the whole wide, enormous world." The Apprentice Who Lit the Stars Alone. Marya had spent 2 whole years as apprentice to Tavan, the town's star lamplighter, climbing the tall silver ladder behind him every evening, but never once touching the star-lighting lantern herself. Every night she carried his tools, steadied the ladder against the wind, and memorized the order in which each star of every constellation caught its flame, though Tovin always insisted the lighting itself must wait until she was ready. Tonight was the long night, when the entire Winter Crown constellation had to be lit star by star at exactly the moment the sun disappeared, or the town would go without its luck and its light for a whole year. Marya had only ever watched Tovan do it, and watching, she was quite sure, was very different from doing it herself. She spent the whole afternoon polishing the lantern glass until it gleamed, mostly to keep her hands busy and her mind off how many people were counting on tonight going perfectly. Just as the sun touched the far hills, Tovin swayed on the ladder, pressed a hand to his burning forehead, and climbed back down, looking pale and unsteady on his feet. A sudden fever had crept up on him all at once, and he sank onto the workshop steps, insisting weakly that someone still had to climb before the last light faded from the sky. Marya knelt beside him, pressing the back of her hand to his burning cheek, and for one terrible moment could think of nothing at all except how frightened she suddenly felt for him. "The ladder," Tovin managed, gripping her wrist. "Someone has to climb the ladder, Marya. There is no more time to send for anyone." The workshop bell in the square below had already begun to ring the half-hour, counting down whether anyone in town yet realized it or not. Marya's first instinct was to run for help, but the sun was already half sunk behind the hills, and by the time anyone else arrived, the whole night's chance would be gone. "I've never lit a single star by myself," she said, her voice thin with panic, and Tovin, struggling to focus his fevered eyes on her, answered only, "You've watched every star, every night, for 2 whole years." She looked up at the ladder, impossibly tall against the darkening sky, and then down at Tovin, too weak now to climb even the first rung himself. There was no one else close enough to call, no time left to wait for someone braver or more practiced to arrive in her place. Her hands trembled around the lantern's handle, half from the cold evening air and half from the sudden, enormous weight of being the only one left to carry it. With shaking hands, Marya lifted the small star-lighting lantern from its hook and began the long climb up the silver ladder alone for the very first time. Every rung felt higher than she remembered from all her nights climbing behind Tovin, and the wind up here seemed to notice for the first time that she was the only one holding the lantern. The first star of the Winter Crown caught the lantern's flame easily, blooming into a soft, steady point of light, and for one relieved breath, Marya let herself believe this might actually be possible. She lit the second and third stars almost as easily, falling into the same careful rhythm she had watched Tovan use 100 times before. For a few stars in a row, the climb almost felt ordinary, as if she had done this every night of her life, instead of only ever watching from one rung below. Halfway through the constellation, a sharp wind rose out of nowhere and snatched at the lantern flame, shrinking it down to a fragile, flickering thread of orange light. Marya clung to the ladder at its highest, most exposed point, certain the flame would gutter out completely, and certain, just as strongly, that her legs had turned to water beneath her. Below her, faint and far away, she could just make out the shapes of townspeople gathering in the square, waiting for a crown of stars that might never finish forming. For one long, terrible moment, she thought seriously about climbing back down and admitting that the long night would simply have to fail this year. Her arm ached from holding the lantern out against the gusting wind, and her fingers had gone stiff and clumsy in the cold, high air. In the wind's howling pause, she remembered something Tovin always said while she watched him climb. The flame follows steady hands, never fast, frightened ones. She thought of his voice saying it, calm even on the windiest nights, and found she could almost hear it now over the roar of the wind around the ladder. Marya cupped her free hand carefully around the shrinking flame, slowed her breathing to match its small, stubborn flicker, and felt it steady itself against her palm. One by one, the wind's worst gusts passed beneath her instead of through her, as though the ladder itself had decided to hold especially still. The flame steadied fully at last, small but sure, and Marya realized her own breathing had steadied right along with it. One by one, star by patient star, the crown took shape above her, until only the very highest point remained, the crown's jewel star, always the hardest for Tohavan himself to reach. Her arms trembled with the effort of the long climb, and the lantern felt heavier with every rung, but she did not once look down toward the waiting square below. The ladder here narrowed to its thinnest, most fragile point, swaying gently with every gust, and Marya wrapped one arm tightly around a rail to keep her balance. Somewhere far below, she heard the town's voices hush all at once, as if the whole square had noticed the crown was one single star away from whole. Marya stretched the lantern up with both arms trembling, the very last violet sliver of daylight slipping behind the hills, and touched the flame to the final star just as true darkness fell. The entire winter crown constellation flared to life at once, blazing so brightly across the sky that the whole town below poured into the streets to look up and cheer. Children pointed up from the square, dogs barked at the sudden light, and somewhere a bell that was not the workshop bell began ringing out in celebration. The whole crown glowed steadier and warmer than Marya had ever seen it look from the ground on any ordinary night, with Tovin lighting it himself. Someone in the square began calling her name up toward the ladder, and then another voice joined, and then several more, until the whole town seemed to know exactly who had lit their sky tonight. Marya hung there at the top of the ladder for a moment longer than she needed to, just to watch the light she herself had lit settle warmly over every rooftop in town. By the time Marya climbed back down, Tovin was sitting up again, his fever already easing, and he looked at her with an expression she had never quite seen on his face before. 2 years of watching, he said softly, and tonight you finally lit the whole sky yourself. Marya sat down beside him on the workshop steps, her arms still trembling, and let herself simply breathe in the sight of her own steady, glowing crown of stars overhead. Tovin promised, once his fever fully broke, that next year they would climb the ladder together, side by side, instead of one behind the other. For the first time since she'd begun her apprenticeship, Marya stopped thinking of herself as only Tovin's helper.
The record that played forgotten days. Oriel and her little brother Tavish had spent the whole gray Saturday morning carrying dusty boxes down from their grandmother's attic, ever since she had decided the old house was finally too big for just herself. Every box seemed to hold something Oriel had never known existed: chipped teacups, yellowed letters, a single mitten with no partner, and every single one made the house feel a little less like theirs. Tavish, only 7, mostly thought the whole thing was a treasure hunt, but Oriel, 3 years older, understood exactly what packing up an entire house actually meant. She had learned to walk in this house, had hidden under this very attic's slanted roof during 100 games of hide-and-seek, and none of that seemed to matter to the moving boxes at all. By midday, her arms ached, and her chest felt heavier than any of the boxes she had carried. Pushing aside a stack of moth-eaten quilts, Tavish uncovered an old wooden trunk none of them remembered ever seeing before, its brass latches gone green with age. Inside, wrapped carefully in a faded velvet cloth, sat a small record player with a wide brass horn, and beside it, a single record with no label at all, just smooth black grooves. "It's probably broken," Oriel said, blowing a thick layer of dust off the brass horn, though her fingers were already tracing the crank on its side with real curiosity. Tavish, never one to leave a mystery alone, begged her to try it anyway, just once, before they carried it down to the donation pile with everything else. Oriel wound the crank slowly, set the needle down with careful fingers, and held her breath as the old machine crackled to life. No music came out of the brass horn at all. Instead, a young woman's laughter filled the attic, bright and clear, followed by a voice unmistakably their grandmother's, only decades younger. "If you drop that box of ribbons one more time, Francis, I'm sewing your sleeves shut," the young voice laughed, followed by another woman's giggling protest that neither child recognized. Oriel and Tavish stared at each other, then at the softly spinning record, both too startled to speak for a long moment. The recording lasted only a minute or two before crackling into silence again, leaving the attic feeling somehow warmer than it had all morning. Neither of them had ever heard their grandmother sound quite so young, so unguarded, so entirely unlike the careful, quiet woman downstairs who always remembered everyone's tea order. Curious, Tavish wound the crank again straight away, certain they would hear the exact same recording a second time. Instead, an entirely different memory crackled out, their grandmother's voice again, older this time, humming a lullaby to a crying baby who could only have been their own mother. Every single time they played it, a different forgotten day drifted out of the brass horn, never repeating, as though the record somehow knew exactly which memory the attic most needed to remember before it was cleared away for good. Oriel, forgetting all about the boxes still waiting to be carried downstairs, sat cross-legged on the dusty floor and asked Tavish to wind it one more time. Tavish, delighted to have found something far better than any donation pile, wound the crank so eagerly that Oriel had to steady his hands to keep the needle from scratching. They ran downstairs together, breathless, and half-dragged their grandmother up the narrow attic stairs before she could ask a single question about what all the fuss was for. When the record crackled to life with her own laughter from more than 50 years ago, their grandmother pressed one trembling hand over her mouth and sat down hard on the nearest closed box. "That was my father's record player," she said softly, once she could speak again. "And Francis was my very best friend the summer before she moved away forever." She had not thought of Francis, she admitted, in longer than she could clearly remember, and hearing her own voice from that particular summer made the whole attic feel suddenly, strangely full again. Oriel watched her grandmother's face carefully, unsure whether the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes were the sad kind or the happy kind, and decided, after a moment, that they were probably both at once. But the new apartment, their grandmother reminded them gently, had barely enough room for her favorite armchair, let alone an old record player that was probably more trouble than it was worth. "It's just an old broken thing, really," she said, already reaching to wrap it back in its velvet cloth for the donation pile, the same way she had spoken about a dozen other treasures that morning. Oriel felt something tighten in her chest at the thought of it disappearing into a stranger's attic somewhere, carrying every single one of those forgotten days along with it. She looked at Tavish, who was already opening his mouth to protest loudly, and quickly decided a better argument than tears was needed. Grandmother was already reaching for a strip of packing tape, humming distractedly, the record player half-wrapped and only moments from disappearing into the donation pile for good. Instead of arguing, Oriel quietly wound the crank one final time and set the needle down herself, holding her breath along with everyone else in the attic. This time, a man's warm, unfamiliar voice crackled out, singing off-key to a newborn baby, and their grandmother's breath caught sharply at the very first note. "That's your grandfather," she whispered, tears finally spilling over. "The night your mother was born, right in this house, right in that very corner." She reached out and took the record player gently into her own lap, holding it the way she might have once held that newborn baby herself. Tavish, quiet for once, simply leaned against her shoulder and listened as the off-key singing crackled softly onto its very last note. There was, it turned out, exactly enough room in one small moving box for a record player wrapped carefully in velvet, tucked between two folded blankets for safekeeping. It meant leaving one lamp and a slightly wobbly side table behind instead, a trade their grandmother agreed to without a single moment of hesitation. Their grandmother wrote, "Do not donate," across the box in thick black marker, twice, just to be absolutely certain, and Tavish added a small drawing of a smiling brass horn beside her words. Oriel carried that particular box to the van herself, refusing every offer of help, as though carrying it carefully mattered every bit as much as the memories crackling somewhere inside it. She promised them both that the small new apartment would fill up with its own forgotten days soon enough, one crackling memory at a time, exactly the way this house had. As they finally carried the last box down to the moving van, Tavish looked back up at the empty attic and asked, quite seriously, whether the record player would remember today too, dust and all. The attic, stripped bare of boxes at last, looked smaller and plainer than Oriel had ever seen it, as if it too were waiting to see what would happen to all its old, quiet corners. Their grandmother laughed, a real, bright laugh that sounded exactly like the one still crackling somewhere inside that old brass horn, and said she certainly hoped so. "Every ordinary Saturday turns into somebody's forgotten day eventually," she said, tucking one last box into the van, "which means you two had better start behaving memorably." Oriel slipped her hand into her grandmother's as they walked down the front path one last time, deciding that a house could be left behind far more easily than the days that had happened inside it.
The Great Forest Trading Fair. Every autumn, Ingrid the Hedgehog organized the Great Forest Trading Fair, a whole busy morning when every creature in the woods brought something to swap for something else they needed. Squirrels traded acorns for the badger's good digging tools, rabbits traded carrots for the bee's honey, and Ingrid herself always traded a basket of her best dried berries for a fresh spool of spider silk yarn. She loved the fair most of all for how fair it actually was, everyone walking away with exactly what they needed and exactly what they'd earned through honest trading. This year, though, a new face had arrived at the very first stall before sunrise. A sharp-eyed raccoon named Zivin, carrying a jingling pouch of shiny buttons and beads instead of anything grown or gathered. Ingrid noticed him counting his shiny pouch with a little too much satisfaction, but she pushed the small worry aside and went to open the fair, as she did every year. By mid-morning, Zivin had already swapped his shiny buttons for every single jar of honey at the bee stall, offering just one more sparkling bead whenever anyone hesitated. He moved on to the spider silk yarn next, then the badger's good digging tools, piling everything into an enormous sack slung over one shoulder. Nobody had exactly refused him. His buttons and beads were undeniably pretty, and each trade alone had seemed harmless enough at the time. But stall by stall, the fair's careful balance of give and take was quietly tipping entirely toward one very satisfied raccoon. Zivin's sack grew heavier with every stall he passed, until he had to drag it behind him rather than carry it slung over one shoulder. Ingrid found Zivin at the yarn stall and asked, as politely as she could manage, whether he might leave a little honey and yarn for everyone else who still needed some. "I'm just better at trading than most folks, that's all," Zivin said with a shrug, jingling his nearly empty pouch of buttons proudly. "Nobody said there was a limit." Ingrid opened her mouth to explain that fairness had never needed a written rule before today, but Zivin had already wandered off toward the last full stall in the whole fair. She stood there a moment, quills bristling slightly with frustration, unsure whether she was more upset about the empty stalls or about being brushed off so easily. Behind her, she could already hear a few worried murmurs starting among the animals still waiting for their turn to trade. By midday, half the stalls Ingrid had spent months arranging stood completely empty, their owners standing around looking bewildered at how quickly their goods had vanished. A few grumbling rabbits announced they were heading home early, since there was nothing left worth trading for anyway, and their carrots sat unsold and forgotten in their baskets. Ingrid watched her carefully planned fair unraveling stall by stall, and for one heavy moment, she genuinely considered simply ending it early out of sheer frustration. Meanwhile, Zivin sat contentedly on his enormous, overflowing sack, admiring his haul, with no honey to actually eat, and no yarn he particularly knew how to use. He counted his stacked jars and spools one more time, pleased with himself, entirely unaware of the disappointed murmurs spreading behind him across the fairground. Watching the grumbling crowd, Ingrid realized suddenly that the fair had never really been about the honey or the yarn themselves, but about everyone actually needing each other. She climbed onto an overturned crate and announced a brand new final round of the fair, one where nothing could be bought with buttons or beads at all. This round, you trade a favor, a song, a mended fence, a story, something only you yourself can actually give, she called out, and a ripple of curious excitement spread through the crowd. Within minutes, badgers were fixing fences for songs, rabbits were teaching burrow-digging tricks for stories, and laughter began replacing the grumbling all across the fairground. Even the disappointed rabbits who had been halfway home turned back at the sound of it, curious what kind of trading needed no goods at all. Zivin sat alone on his enormous sack, surrounded on every side by laughter and trading he suddenly had no way to join. His shiny buttons, which had bought him absolutely everything all morning, were entirely useless in a round where nobody wanted trinkets at all. He watched two otters trade splashing lessons for a jar of his own hoarded honey, and something uncomfortable settled in his chest that felt suspiciously like being left out. For the first time all day, Zivan found himself wishing he actually knew how to do something useful with his own paws, instead of just trading for what other paws had made. He glanced down at his own sack of jars and spools, suddenly feeling less like a clever trader and more like someone sitting outside a party he hadn't been invited to. Zivan noticed Ingrid struggling with her cart's wobbly wheel over by the edge of the fairground. One spoke cracked clean through from a whole morning of hauling stalls into place. Raccoons, it happened, were remarkably clever with their paws, and Zivan found himself kneeling beside the wheel before he had quite decided to offer any help at all. "I could fix this properly," he said, a little awkwardly, "if you'd trade me back just one small jar of that honey." Ingrid smiled and handed over the smallest jar without hesitation, watching Zivan's clever paws mend the spoke more neatly than she could have managed herself. "That's a fair trade," she said simply, and Zivan found he liked the sound of that far more than he expected. Word of Zivan's clever paws spread quickly, and soon he was mending fences, tightening loose stall legs, and untangling snarled fishing lines all across the fairground. One by one, his hoarded honey jars and spools of yarn traded their way back out into paws and wings that actually needed them, each exchange sealed with a genuine favor instead of a shiny bead. By the time the sun began sinking, the fairground buzzed with exactly the kind of warmth Ingrid had spent months hoping to create, only now with one unexpected new regular among the traders. Zivan, his enormous sack now nearly empty and his paws smudged with honest work, promised to come back next year with actual tools instead of any shiny buttons at all. Ingrid decided, watching Zivan laugh at some joke while retying a loose stall rope, that fairness had never really needed a rule at all, only enough people willing to actually need one another.
The seed that grew one wish. Godric was a boy who wanted everything to happen right away. His toast toasted instantly, his shoelaces tied in one try, his birthday to arrive the very week after the last one ended. He lived with his grandmother Odeline, who tended a small, tangled garden behind her cottage, and never once seemed to mind how slowly anything in it grew. "Why does the garden take so long?" Godric complained almost daily, kicking at a clump of unsprouted carrot seeds, "when I want to see something grow today." Odeline only smiled the patient smile she gave him whenever he complained about waiting, which was, admittedly, rather often. One gray afternoon, tired of his grumbling, she finally set down her trowel and told him she had something rather more interesting than carrots to show him. From a small locked tin at the back of her cupboard, Odeline produced a single seed, dark and smooth and slightly warm to the touch, unlike any seed Godric had ever seen. "This seed grows into a tree that grants exactly one wish," she told him seriously, "but only once it's fully grown, and only if you tend it every single day yourself." She explained that her own grandfather had planted one just like it decades ago, and that no magic shortcut on Earth could make it grow one single day faster than it chose to. Godric's eyes lit up immediately at the word wish, already imagining exactly what he might ask for once the tree was ready. Odeline warned him gently, watching his excited face, that the waiting would be the hardest part of the whole thing, harder even than the wishing. Godric planted the seed that same evening in the sunniest corner of the garden, patting the soil down with far more excitement than patience. He was at the window before breakfast the very next morning, fully expecting to see a towering, glowing tree already reaching toward the clouds. Instead, the little patch of soil looked exactly as unremarkable as it had the evening before, without so much as a single green shoot poking through. He checked again after lunch, and again before dinner, and again right before bed, each time disappointed all over again by the plain, silent dirt. "Magic seeds are supposed to be fast," he muttered to himself, flopping onto his bed, entirely unconvinced that anything so ordinary-looking could ever grant a wish. By the fourth day, a single pale green shoot finally appeared, no bigger than Godric's smallest fingernail, and he decided it simply wasn't growing fast enough on its own. He watered it twice as often as Odeline had shown him, certain that more water surely meant faster growing, until the soil turned to thick, dark mud around the tiny stem. When that didn't seem to help either, he carefully dug around the base one afternoon, just to check whether the roots looked strong enough, tugging the fragile shoot half out of the ground in the process. By evening, the little shoot drooped sideways, pale and limp, looking very much like it might not survive the week at all. Godric stared at it in the fading light, a heavy, guilty feeling settling in his stomach that had nothing at all to do with wishing. Odeline found him kneeling anxiously over the drooping shoot and crouched down slowly beside him, examining the muddy, disturbed soil without a hint of anger in her face. "A wishing tree can feel rushing the way you or I can feel a cold wind," she said gently, pressing the soil firmly back around the wounded roots, "and it shrinks away from it every time." She showed him instead one small cup of water each morning, a gentle check for sunlight, and nothing more. No digging, no extra fertilizer, no impatient tugging. "Some things only grow at their own pace," she added, "no matter how much we wish they wouldn't." Godric nodded slowly, ashamed of the muddy mess he'd made, and promised to follow her simple routine exactly, without any shortcuts at all. Every morning after that, Godric gave the seedling exactly one small cup of water, checked its patch of sunlight, and said nothing more to it than a quiet good morning. The shoot slowly straightened itself again over the following week, then began very gradually to grow a proper set of leaves. Strangely, Godric noticed himself growing a little steadier too. He stopped kicking at unsprouted carrot seeds, waited his turn more easily at the dinner table, and even managed to finish a whole jigsaw puzzle without giving up halfway through. Odeline noticed too, though she was careful never to mention it directly, only smiling a little wider each time she caught him quietly checking the tree without fussing over it. Weeks turned into months, the little shoot became a slender young tree, and Godric's daily visits became simply a part of his morning, no longer an anxious countdown. One golden morning, nearly a year after he had planted it, Godric stepped outside to find a single flower blooming at the very top of the tree, glowing faintly gold even in the bright sunlight. His whole chest leapt with excitement, all the old impatience rushing back at once, and half a dozen enormous, instant wishes crowded into his mind in a single breath. "I wish for a mountain of," he began loudly, already picturing candy piled higher than the cottage roof, before the words caught strangely in his throat. He stood there with his mouth half open, one hand still reaching toward the glowing flower, suddenly unsure whether that was really what he wanted most in the whole world. Behind him, Odeline had come out onto the porch, saying nothing at all, simply watching him with the same patient expression she always wore while waiting for something worthwhile. He thought instead of Odeline kneeling every morning in her garden, wincing quietly at the ache in her knees that she never once complained about out loud. He thought of the locked tin and the seed and a whole year of small, unhurried mornings that had taught him more than any instant wish possibly could have. He thought of all the mornings she had knelt anyway, patiently, to help him check on this very tree without a single word of complaint about her own aching joints. It surprised him, a little, how easy the decision felt once he actually let himself think about it properly, instead of rushing toward the first loud wish that came to mind. Quietly, carefully, Godric reached up and touched the glowing flower, and wished instead that his grandmother's knees would stop hurting so she could kneel in her garden for as long as she liked. The golden flower folded gently closed, and a warm light traveled invisibly through the garden until it reached Odeline, who suddenly straightened up from her weeding with a surprised, delighted laugh. Her knees, aching for years longer than Godric had even been alive, simply stopped hurting, and she knelt right back down into the soil just to feel the strange, wonderful ease of it. The tree itself settled quietly into being an ordinary, beautiful tree from that morning onward, its one wish spent, its glow fainting into ordinary green leaves. Godric found he didn't mind at all, having already gotten exactly the wish he wanted most, and something in him had quietly changed besides. That same afternoon, he planted an entirely ordinary seed beside it, one with no wish inside it whatsoever, just to watch it grow slowly, exactly at its own unhurried pace.